Get Capone, The Secret Plot That Captured America's Most Wanted Gangster, by Jonathan Eig. Narrated by Dick Hill. Copyright 2010 by Jonathan Eig. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Simon & Schuster Incorporated and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. For Lillian. Part 1. Capone Rising. Chapter 1. The Getting of It. Al Capone stood on the sidewalk in front of a run-down saloon called the Four Deuces, the wind whipping at his face. He shoved his hands in his pockets and pulled his jacket collar high to protect against the cold, or maybe to cover the scars on his left cheek. "Got some nice-looking girls inside," he said. Capone was 21 years old and new in town. He worked in Chicago's Levee District, south of downtown, a neighborhood of sleazy bars and bordellos, where a man, if he cared about his health, tried not to stay long and tried not to touch anything. Automobiles with bug-eyed headlamps rumbled up and down the block. It was January 1920, the dawn of a rip-roaring decade. Not that you'd know it from looking around this neighborhood. The Great War was over. Men were back home, maybe a little shell-shocked, maybe a little bored, certainly thirsty. They put on jackets and ties and snap-brimmed hats and went to places such as the Four Deuces, which was named not for the winning poker hand, but for its address, 2222 South Wabash. It was a four-story, brick, turn-of-the-century building with a massive arched door that looked like the mouth of a cave. Inside, cigarette and cigar smoke clung to the ceiling. Some customers came for the drinks, others climbed the stairwell at the back and went upstairs, where the smoke faded slightly, but the aromas became more complex. There, on the second floor, high-heeled women paraded in varying states of undress, their movements lit by a bare bulb on the ceiling. A madam urged the customers to hurry up and choose. When the place got busy, Capone would head inside to warm himself and to make sure the customers behaved. He was a dark-haired fellow, not quite big enough or ugly enough to scare anybody at first glance. He stood 5'10.5" and weighed about 200 pounds, with a powerful chest and massive hands. His hairline was already beginning to recede. His eyebrows were thick and wide, and the two horizontal scars on his cheek were light purple and still raw-looking. His eyes were a changeable greenish-gray. He charmed people with his broad smile. Capone cared deeply about his image. He asked photographers to capture his portrait from the right, avoiding his scarred cheek. He wore the finest clothes and, despite his girth, looked comfortable in them. It is nearly impossible to find a photograph in which he is not the best-dressed man in the room. He had style, but he walked a fine line. He would wear suits in bright colors such as purple and lime that other hoodlums would never dare, and pinky rings with fat, glittering stones that would put to shame many of Chicago's wealthiest society women. But he would never be seen in an ascot. At the Four Deuces, he slid his body through the crowd with grace. He was a good host, vivacious, quick with a joke, flashing that smile. The men in the bar enjoyed his company. When he finished his shift, he would walk back to the dumpy little apartment he shared with his wife, May, and their 1-year-old son, Albert Francis. The place wasn't much, but it was better than anything he'd ever had growing up. Capone was born and raised in Brooklyn, part of a big Italian family. He had come to Chicago to work for Johnny Torrio, once one of the legends on the Brooklyn gang scene and now a rising force in the Chicago underworld. Some accounts suggest that Torrio recruited Capone to join his organization because he spotted talent in the young man. Others suggest that Capone fled Brooklyn after a bar fight in which he nearly killed a man with his fists. Chicago suited Capone. The poet Carl Sandburg captured its essence. hog butcher for the world, tool maker, stacker of wheat, player with railroads and the nation's freight handler, stormy, husky, brawling city of the big shoulders. They tell me you are wicked, and I believe them, for I have seen your painted women under the gas lamps luring farm boys. And they tell me you are crooked, and I answer, yes, it is true, I have seen the gunman kill and go free to kill again. Chicago City hugged the lower edge of Lake Michigan, spreading in every direction it could. In 1850, the city had been home to only 30,000 hardy souls. By 1870, the population had shot up to 300,000. Without the watery boundaries of New York, people felt no need to jam themselves into cramped, unforgiving spaces. Neighborhoods lined up one after another along the crescent-shaped coast, wooden shanties and muddy streets stretching on into the prairie. The city grew so quickly that it was impossible to control. Immigrants came in search of work, building, forging steel, slaughtering cattle, loading boxcars. Criminals came, too. Pimps and prostitutes, pickpockets and safecrackers, con men, dope dealers, burglars, and racket men. The police department, a mere afterthought in the city's earliest days of development, could never catch up with the city's explosive growth. The city burned to the ground in 1871. The Great Fire burned for days and left 73 miles of streets a wreck of embers and soot. Nearly a third of the city's residents were rendered homeless. But Chicago rose again, with even more speed and vigor. This time, buildings of iron, granite, and steel filled the landscape. And, of course, the vice world came back stronger than ever, too. In the first 8 months of 1872, the city issued an astonishing 2,218 licenses for saloons. If anything, the fire proved a great boost to the economy, setting off a kind of gold rush. The opportunities were limitless, and men of energy and ambition sought to take advantage. Great architects, great salesmen, great lawyers, great artists, and great criminals would forge the city's new identity. In 1893, the World's Columbian Exposition brought another spurt of population growth, and with it, more vice. By 1910, a special commission reported that 5,000 full-time prostitutes and 10,000 part-timers worked the city, and that, combined, they were responsible for more than 27 million sex acts a year. Clean up Chicago? If anyone even mentioned it, they were either dreaming or joking. By the time of Al Capone's arrival in 1920, the population had climbed to 2.7 million, making it the second largest city in the nation after New York. And still it felt uncrowded and untamed. As more immigrants arrived from Italy, Ireland, Poland, Germany, China, Russia, and Greece, everyone shoved aside and made room. New neighborhoods attached themselves to old. The city just kept stretching. 26 miles long and 14 miles wide, more jigsaw puzzle than melting pot. The sprawling geography allowed ethnic groups to cling to their old languages and customs to a greater extent than they ever could in New York. The wealthy lived mostly on the city's near west and near north sides. The working class lived mostly on the south and the far west sides. New arrivals could tell in an instant from the odors if they were in one of the city's poorer sections. Small steel mills spat soot, and tanneries leached chemicals. But the strongest and foulest stench came from the Union stockyard, 500 acres of livestock, living and dead. The smell buckled legs. The work was worse. Millions of cattle, sheep, and hogs moved through the stockyards. their throats slashed, their carcasses split and sliced, their entrails washed into the Chicago River. An army of 75,000 men and women did the work. This was the work of Chicago. At the hub of the city sat the Loop, the city's central business district, where elevated trains screeched on metal tracks and trolleys and trucks jammed the streets. Here, the city felt like a city, noisy, crowded, and dangerous. Chicago was the nation's first city of skyscrapers. Buildings rose higher here than anywhere else, stabbing at the clouds in handsome shades of green, gray, brown, and blue. Yet it wasn't everyone's idea of paradise. Having seen it, Rudyard Kipling wrote of Chicago, I urgently desire never to see it again. It is inhabited by savages. Its air is dirt. Chicago welcomed the strong and spat out the weak. If you couldn't hack it, there was always a train leaving for Des Moines. That's why it attracted men such as the scorching jazz trumpeter Louis Armstrong, the crusading lawyer Clarence Darrow, and the meat-packing titan Philip Armour, who treated his workers shabbily, but gave generously to charity, and once said, I do not love the money. What I love is the getting of it. The getting of it. That's what this city was all about. When he wasn't working the door or tending bar at the Four Deuces, Capone decorated. In an empty storefront adjoining the saloon, he arranged some bookshelves, a broken-down piano, and some old tables and chairs to make the place look like an antiques store. It was Johnny Torrio's idea. Torrio wanted Capone to learn to carry himself with the air of a legitimate businessman. Capone printed cards that read, Alphonse Capone, second-hand furniture dealer, 2220 South Wabash Avenue. The Levee District had always been home to entrepreneurs, though it was only 2 miles from the elegant hotels and skyscrapers of the Loop. The district operated within its own special universe, with its own special rules. Movie stars and titans of industry had visited the parlors of the neighborhood's elegant whorehouses, including the famous Everly Club, where they spent great fortunes on wine, food, and women. Politicians had not only put up with the debauchery, they also had participated in it. But things began to turn during the years of World War I. A wave of temperance swept the country. Americans were expected to sober up and sacrifice for their nation. Even Chicago cleaned itself up a little. Saloons were raided, licenses were revoked. The high-end whores and drug dealers, fearing arrest, quit working in bordellos and dance halls and moved to hotel lobbies, where they could be more discreet. In time, the Levee District became the exclusive domain of ripened prostitutes, customers who couldn't afford better, and the low-level pickpockets and jack-rollers who preyed on anyone dumb enough to wander the streets alone and unarmed. This was where Capone got his start. His timing was perfect. In 1917, Congress asked every state in the Union to vote on the 18th Amendment to the Constitution, banning the sale, manufacture, and transportation of intoxicating liquor nationwide. The measure passed with no great opposition, and most people believed the law would be quickly and easily implemented, that Americans on a massive scale would voluntarily give up drinking. The evangelist Billy Sunday bade goodbye to demon alcohol with flourish, saying, "You were God's worst enemy. You were hell's best friend. I hate you with a perfect hatred." He went on to predict a new age of prosperity and clean living, saying, "Slums will soon be a memory. We will turn our prisons into factories and our jails into storehouses and corn cribs. Men will walk upright now. Women will smile and children will laugh. Hell will be forever for rent." Torrio and Capone had other ideas. The Prohibition law took effect at midnight on January 16th, 1920, a day before Capone's 21st birthday. But by then the war was over, and the mood of the country had already shifted. Sacrifice? That was for saps. Like an overworked businessman beginning his vacation, wrote the journalist and historian Frederick Lewis Allen, the country was finally learning how to relax and amuse itself once more. Americans wanted to dance and drive fast and spend money. They wanted to shock their parents with their sharp clothes and impress their neighbors with handy new gadgets, such as electric irons and vacuum cleaners. And they wanted to drink. By making booze illegal, the government unwittingly glamorized it. The bubbles in a glass of champagne seemed more scintillating, the foam on a mug of beer more refreshing. Homemade alcohol had a tendency to taste like battery acid, which led to the invention of cocktails. The addition of sweet flavors and herbs made the drinks even more alluring, especially to women. Irving Berlin summed up the state of affairs and put it to a snappy tune when he wrote, "You cannot make your shimmy shake on tea." Congress passed the Volstead Act to provide for enforcement of the 18th Amendment, and at least in the early years, under the new set of laws, alcohol consumption in America dropped dramatically. But the Volstead Act failed to anticipate the massive criminal operations that would go to work creating an underground network for the manufacture and sale of alcohol. A man didn't have to be a genius to recognize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Overnight, general miscreants such as Capone became bootleggers. The phrase has roots in America's colonial days, probably deriving from bootleg, the upper part of a tall boot where bottles could be hidden. Their experience running bars, brothels, and gambling joints suddenly came in handy. They already knew how to move money, how to sell booze, and how to service multiple businesses across the city. The trick now was learning to think big. A massive, legitimate business had just been declared illicit. If they moved quickly, they could take over operations. Just for starters, bootleggers needed trucks and Confederates in other cities to help them with supplies. In New York, there was Meyer Lansky. In Philadelphia, Boohoo Hoff. In Detroit, the Purple Gang. In Cleveland, Mo Dalitz. They patched together a network that would eventually become a loosely organized national crime syndicate. As bootleggers, their position in society actually improved. Small-time reprobates no longer had time for safe-cracking, pickpocketing, and mugging. Those lines of work were too dangerous, too risky, and didn't pay well enough. Bootlegging also offered a certain kind of dignity. As bootleggers, men provided a useful service and catered to a respectable class of customer. Flush with cash, they dressed with panache and consorted with a higher class of friends. They became romantic figures, celebrated by journalists who liked their style, their slang, and their nicknames, not to mention their booze. Every city had its share of bootlegging, but Chicago seemed to have more. Alcohol soaked the city through, which is why the 1922 song Chicago called it that toddlin' town. No one believed for a moment that the city would sober up under Prohibition. Lake Michigan would dry up first. Once it became clear that Chicagoans, and in fact much of the rest of the American population, had no intention of giving up drinking, the government would face a decision. How much money and effort would it invest in fighting this new wave of crime? The answer turned out to be not much. Torrio and Capone, among others, stood ready to take advantage. Chapter 2. Goodbye, Diamond Jim. The Levee District had made Chicago one of the nation's premier environments for vice long before Prohibition. Now, though, the high-end brothels were not so high-end anymore. The only ritzy establishment that remained from the glory days was Colosimo's restaurant, which sat a block north of the Four Deuces at 2128 South Wabash. Like a prize fighter, past his prime, Colosimo's was clinging tenuously to its power and glory. It still attracted the big-name politicians and stars of stage and screen, but it was working harder all the time to do it. The owner of the place was Jim Colosimo, a figure so monumental that he had two nicknames, Big Jim and Diamond Jim. Colosimo was square-jawed and stocky, with heavily lidded eyes and a dark mustache that hid almost his entire mouth. He wore the sheerest of white linen suits. Diamonds sparkled from his fingers, his shirt front, his watch chain, his cuffs, his suspender clasps, and his garters. He kept a pouch full of diamonds in his pocket, too, and in idle moments he would pour them out on a white tablecloth and tease them with a fingertip, rearranging their radiance, admiring their glow, and savoring his own wealth. Though he had begun his professional life as a pickpocket and small-time con man, Colosimo had married well to Victoria Moresco, the madam of a profitable brothel. In the brothels, Big Jim found his life's calling. The women trusted him, and the men liked his company. He knew how to bribe, how to flatter, how to threaten, and how to make a good plate of pasta. He was the first gangster to go high class, which included keeping his hands clean when there was violent work to be done. As a result, Colosimo reigned as king of the city's underworld, and his establishment enjoyed a long run as one of the city's most popular night spots. The restaurant's signature dish was spaghetti alla Colosimo. It was Colosimo who'd brought Johnny Torrio from Brooklyn. By some accounts, the men were related by marriage, and helped him establish his loosely knit chain of saloons and brothels. Colosimo and Torrio were business partners. But by 1920, Big Jim was losing the passion for his work. While Torrio sought to explore new opportunities connected to the advent of Prohibition, Colosimo seemed uninterested. He had recently divorced his wife, married a young singer, and had taken her on a long, luxurious honeymoon. Shortly after his return, on the afternoon of May 11th, 1920, Big Jim strapped on a pair of diamond-studded suspenders, slid on his suit jacket, and went down to his restaurant. As he walked into his office, Colosimo found his secretary and his chef discussing the evening's menu. The three men chatted for 10 or 15 minutes until Colosimo excused himself, saying he was supposed to meet someone in the lobby. A moment later, the secretary and chef heard gunshots. They emerged from the office to find their boss stretched on the floor, blood oozing from a mealy bullet wound behind his right ear and spreading across the porcelain tiles. He was dead by the time they reached him. Police ruled out robbery as a motive, noting that the gunman hadn't taken Colosimo's wallet or his diamonds. They ruled out passion, saying that Colosimo's ex-wife had an airtight alibi. Eventually, they concluded that the assassination had probably been the work of Torrio. As the second in command of Colosimo's criminal organization, Torrio had the most to gain from Big Jim's death. They suspected that Torrio had brought Frankie Yale from Brooklyn for the job. Yale was seen in Chicago at the time of Colosimo's murder. Torrio and his lieutenant, Capone, were well acquainted with Yale. In 1916 or 1917, when Capone had been working as a $9-a-week cloth cutter at the United Paper Box Company in Brooklyn, Yale had hired him as a dishwasher on Coney Island at the Harvard Inn, one of the toughest saloons in New York City. It was Yale's idea of a joke to name the place Harvard, after he founded it with money made organizing Brooklyn's small-time icemen into a vicious racket. Yale would sit at a table near the door of the Harvard Inn, where he sipped whiskey and chatted with friends and customers. He was a good-humored fellow, a bit plump, with ink-black hair worn shiny and close to the head. Some came to Yale's table to shoot the breeze, others came to purchase his service as a killer. He had a reputation for doing good, clean work, without emotion or witnesses. He was a useful fellow to know. If Torrio wanted to get rid of Colosimo, Yale would have been the perfect man for the job, and Capone would have been his likely accomplice. Later, when police in New York caught up with Yale, they questioned him about the killing in Chicago. Briefly, it looked as if Chicago might solve a murder for a change. But somehow, Yale talked, or bribed, his way out of it. He was allowed to board his train and return to Brooklyn. Capone was never even questioned. Eventually, the investigation fizzled. No one was ever charged with the murder of Big Jim Colosimo. With Colosimo out of the way, Torrio became the city's top crime boss, and Capone became one of his top lieutenants. Capone's move to Chicago looked like a shrewd one. Just 5 months into his new career, and he was finished playing the bouncer at the Four Deuces. He was in management now. Torrio and Capone were like explorers, sailing off in uncharted directions, taking wrong turns, and, when necessary, slaughtering the natives who got in their way. Beginning in the summer of 1920, they tested any route that looked promising. The men were experts in saloon life and criminal networking, which tended to revolve around saloons in the first place. They had spent their lives developing good instincts for which cops to bribe and which to dodge, which tough guys to kill and which to conscript, when to fight and when to flee. Very quickly, they developed so many angles, tapped so many supply lines for booze, took a piece of so many brothels, and found so many ways to make money that it would become nearly impossible to stop them. They soon controlled whorehouses and gambling parlors all over Chicago, as well as in the suburbs of Cicero, Chicago Heights, Stickney, Forest View, and Blue Island. Local affiliates in each of those towns would run the joints and supply the prostitutes, but it was usually up to the Torrio Capone machine to stock the places with booze and to provide security. Under the rules of Prohibition, brewers were still allowed to produce near beer, which contained only a minute concentration of alcohol. But those who tried to make a living selling the alcohol-free stuff discovered quickly that beer virtually without alcohol was about as marketable as candy virtually without sugar. Others tried making alcohol for medicinal purposes, but after 1921, federal legislation banned beer as a medicinal product, which cut dramatically into the market available to the nation's legitimate breweries. With so many brewers facing ruin, Torrio and Capone recognized another opportunity. They hired a brewmaster and, with financial backing from several more gangsters, gradually took over some of Chicago's biggest beer-making operations, including the Manhattan, Stieg, Pfeiffer, Standard, Gambrinus, and Hoffman breweries. Knowing the places would probably be raided, they made certain not to invest too heavily in any one brewery. They also installed flunkies in the front offices. When one flunky got arrested, they would hire another. Still, the gangsters could not possibly have manufactured and distributed such massive quantities of beer without the help of the legitimate businessmen who had been running the breweries before Prohibition. One of those brewers, unnamed in an article by the Chicago Daily News, was the purported key to the gang's success. Torrio is absolute in the field of vice and fixers and profit-takers. The brewer is king of the beer racket, the newspaper noted. And the brewer is so completely above the law, so thoroughly protected from prosecution, that it is unsafe to mention his name, though the police and prosecutors of crime know quite well who he is. Natural attraction brought the pair together, and their dovetailing abilities put crime on its new basis. The brewer's identity would be revealed later as Joseph Stenson, owner of the Stenson Brewing Company on the city's northwest side. Torrio is unhampered, with the sky as his limit in his vice and gambling districts down in the southern end of the county, the Daily News reported in 1924. Torrio and Capone absolutely control the wide-open gambling and vice in Cicero and other western suburbs. Working for them are the gangs and the gunmen. Feuds may and often do break out between the gangsters and gangs without any word from higher up. But the real wars come when the kings of crime order an upstart put out of the way. They all dance when Torrio and his colleague pull the strings. Gangsters, gangs leaders, and politicians. Beer sold for $50 a barrel or more. But even after the gangsters paid off the police, aldermen, precinct captains, prosecutors, and judges, they still made a profit of about $15 per barrel. Margins on pure alcohol were even better. Alcohol sold for about 60 cents a gallon at the warehouse. The middlemen who delivered it would charge bootleggers about $8 a gallon. After cutting the alcohol 3 or 4 times, the bootleggers would typically charge their customers about $12 a gallon. With markups like that, a single freight car full of alcohol could net a profit of $250,000. No wonder bootleggers could afford to spread around the bribes so lavishly. Besides, it didn't take much to pay off a cop. Patrolmen in the city started at salaries of only $1,600 a year, which was less than most dog catchers made. Federal prohibition agents were just as easy to handle. For starters, the entire army of federal agents numbered only about 1,500, and those agents were no better paid than the local cops, with salaries of $1,500 to $2,400 a year. There were no civil service requirements, wrote Elmer Eig, the Treasury Department official who supervised the federal agents, and, as a result, the most extraordinary collection of political hacks, hangers-on, and passing highwaymen got appointed as prohibition agents. Eig told the story of a top agent who spent 2 years building a case against a bootlegger, only to see it evaporate in 15 minutes when a judge, calling for a 15-minute recess in a trial, retired to his chambers and found 2 hookers and some bootleg whiskey waiting for him. Case dismissed. 2 days later, the same prohibition agent was offered $10,000 in cash to turn his back so that a truck full of whiskey could depart a warehouse that had been under surveillance. He turned his back, recalled Eig. Still, the key to success for bootleggers boiled down to the public's thirst. From the first day of Prohibition, huge numbers of Americans resented the law. They felt their freedom had been stripped by religious fanatics. Even when violence in the bootlegging business erupted, the gangsters who controlled the booze were never entirely blamed. Most Americans seemed to understand that these criminals were like boils. Irritating, yes, but also a symptom of a deeper and more persistent disease. Torrio was a non-threatening figure. He dressed conservatively and spoke politely. He was a handsome man with green-gray eyes and graying auburn hair. Businessmen found him reasonable and reliable and not so different from themselves, while gangsters treated him with fear and respect. In the first months and years of Prohibition, most of the city's big criminals worked in cooperation with Torrio. In addition to Capone, Torrio's most important aide was Samuel J. Nails Morton. Morton was a Jew, real name Samuel Markowitz, a hero of World War I, an accused cop killer, and a gambler capable of throwing away more than $10,000 on a single game of craps. Torrio and Capone both liked Morton. He was tough, which explained the nickname. Morton grew up in a mostly Jewish enclave around Maxwell Street, just south and west of downtown, where he and his young pals would patrol the streets at night with baseball bats to protect the shops belonging to Jewish merchants. Morton entertained Torrio and Capone with terrific stories about his childhood in Chicago and his heroic adventures on the battlefields of Europe. Best of all, he seemed to know every bartender and crook in town. As the only native Chicagoan in the triumvirate of power, It was most likely Morton who introduced Torrio and Capone to the city's key criminal players, among them Dean O'Banion, a soft-spoken florist, a brilliant arranger of bouquets and homicides, Earl Jaime Weiss, safecracker, assassin, ladies' man, and reputed coiner of the phrase, "take him for a ride," Vincent Schemer Drucci, a virulent hater of cops and daring wheelman who once jumped a car across a jackknifed bridge during a chase with the police, completing the jump quite nicely, only to get snagged in a traffic jam. Also, George Bugs Moran, a Minnesotan of French-Canadian descent who possessed little intellect but had a great knack for avoiding bullets. The terrible Jenna brothers, of whom there were 6, all involved in alcohol cooking operations in Little Italy. Julian Potatoes Kaufman, son of a millionaire broker who ran with the North Side Gang. Jaime Loudmouth Levin, a bootlegger and bookmaker. John Dingbat Oberta, a snappy dresser, fine teller of jokes, and an astute businessman. William Three-Fingered Jack White, a ruthless assassin who wore a glove to hide his mangled right hand, and Louis Two-Gun Altieri, who dressed like a cowboy and may have been responsible for introducing the machine gun to the Chicago underworld. These men were not legendary criminals, not arch-villains, not anarchists, not rebels, not psychopaths, with 1 or 2 possible exceptions. History would remember them as warriors, battling for the fat profits of prohibition. But when they set out in the bootlegging trade in the early 1920s, they were small-time hoodlums. Given his local connections and natural leadership skills, Morton, and not Capone, might have emerged as Torrio's successor. Unfortunately, while riding on horseback one day at the corner of Clark Street and Wellington Avenue on the city's north side, he was thrown from his mount and kicked in the head on his way down. He died instantly. According to legend, Morton's criminal counterparts were so upset and so thoroughly programmed for revenge that they dragged the horse from its stable one night and executed it. Torrio tried to teach Capone to keep a low profile and to present an image of calm, cool professionalism. Capone did the best he could, but he was young and impulsive and flush with cash and power. There were, on occasion, slips. Early in the morning, on August 30th, 1922, for instance, Capone got fried to the hat drunk and went for a drive. Seated by his side was a young woman. Behind him, on the back seat, were 3 associates. Tucked under Capone's left armpit was a gun, which he wasn't supposed to conceal. Hidden in one of his pockets was a Cook County Sheriff's badge, which he also wasn't supposed to have. Parked alongside North Avenue was a taxi, which happened to find itself in the way of the drunken gangster's careening vehicle. Capone crashed. Automobiles were making Americans feel bolder. Roads were springing up everywhere, and cars were traveling them with speed heretofore impossible. It was a new sensation, one that thrilled and frightened. In Chicago, there were no painted lines, no traffic lights, no one-way streets, no speed limits. Cars were big, crude things, an assortment of bolted-together blocks atop slender tires, and city drivers tended to be as arrogant and aggressive behind the wheel as they were in the rest of their lives. After the crash, Capone became enraged. He leaped from his car, pulled out his weapon, and muscled his way toward the taxi driver, who was badly hurt. He shouted and flashed his badge at the injured man as a trolley rumbled by, its passengers staring wide-eyed. When the trolley's conductor shouted at Capone to put away his gun, Capone made it clear that the conductor would be wise to shut up and move on. Police arrived. They didn't recognize Capone, but they could tell in an instant that he was drunk. It was a hot, humid night. Capone crowed at the cops, telling them they would be wasting their time making an arrest. "I fixed this thing so easy you won't know how it's done," he said. He was nevertheless booked for assault with an automobile, driving while intoxicated, and carrying a concealed weapon. The allegations were serious enough that in another time or place they might have ended his career. But Capone was fortunate to live in Chicago in the 1920s, where judges, lawyers, and politicians could be acquired at a discount, and he was right when he told the cops that night that he'd fix this thing. The charges were dropped, and he was back in business quickly, probably before his hangover wore off. At about the time of this incident, when Capone was 22 years old, he noticed a lesion on his penis. Whether he recognized it at the time as the first symptom of syphilis, no one can say. The disease was certainly no mystery to young men in the early part of the 20th century. One survey in 1920 reported that syphilis, usually passed along by direct contact with a sore during sexual intercourse, occurred in 10 to 15% of all Americans. Even in the 1920s, there was a fairly reliable cure, an arsenic-based drug called Salvarsan. Introduced in 1910, it quickly became the most widely prescribed pharmaceutical in the world, the first true blockbuster drug. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't very effective, for example, for patients with late-stage syphilis. For Capone, it probably would have worked, but he didn't take it. Maybe he couldn't admit to himself, or to May, that he had contracted the disease. Maybe he decided to roll the dice, hoping it would disappear. If Capone's case was typical, the lesion went away within days, replaced by dark, reddish-brown rashes on his palms or the bottoms of his feet. There may have been other symptoms, including muscle aches, a sore throat, and fatigue. Those symptoms, too, probably disappeared within a few weeks. But the syphilis didn't disappear. The disease merely entered its latent phase. Like a professional killer, it lay dormant, waiting. Chapter 3. A Little House on South Prairie. The bootleg business was new. Its operators were mostly small-timers and half-wits, men in their 20s who still lived with their mothers. Like the young men who rose to sudden wealth and power in the oil fields of Texas, bootleggers possessed a combination of daring and naivete. When everything clicked, they found themselves riding fantastic waves of entrepreneurial extravagance. When things didn't click, they lost not only their money, but also their lives. Some brewed beer. Some developed elaborate systems to cook up alcohol from raw ingredients. Others drove trucks. A few brave ones signed on for goon squad work, breaking bones, firing guns, and throwing bombs. But they all had a single goal: keeping the city soaked in alcohol and reaping the profits that resulted. Violence was an unavoidable part of the life. It erupted when one bootlegger tried to steal from another, or when disputes arose with bar owners over pricing, or, most commonly, when one gang tried to grab another's turf. Clarence Darrow, the legendary Chicago lawyer who defended bootleggers in the 1920s, explained it clearly. The business pays very well, but it is outside the law, and they can't go to court like shoe dealers or real estate men or grocers when they think an injustice has been done them or unfair competition has arisen in their territory. So they shoot. Torrio and Capone were smarter and had a bigger operation than most bootleggers. As a result, they managed to avoid getting personally involved in much of the dirty work. They hired smugglers and burglars to get the alcohol they needed for their brothels and casinos, and because they served as a clearinghouse, they maintained plenty of open channels. When one supplier was arrested or killed, there was always another one ready to take his place. Still, their organization was young. In fact, at this stage in their careers, in 1923, a full 3 years into Prohibition, Capone found time to do a little work outside the booze business, dabbling as a promoter for a featherweight boxer named Mike Dundee of Rock Island, Illinois. "You see, I've always liked Mike, both as a fighter and as a man," he told the Davenport Democrat and leader in what may have been his first published interview in December 1923. "The kid has had a lot of tough breaks in the last few years, but I hope his financial troubles are over." Capone went on to say he was repping Dundee free of charge. "And, by the way," he said, "you can tell the world that I'll lay $25,000 that he can beat Johnny Dundee," who was of no relation, "for the featherweight title." Mike Dundee eventually got his shot at the title, and lost. Capone, who always loved the sporting life but had terrible luck picking winners, went back to crime. Except for his drunken car crash, Capone was never charged with a crime during his early bootlegging days, despite the fact that several people who knew him then claimed he earned the respect and trust of Torrio mostly by doing his dirty work. "They snatch guys they want information from and take 'em to the cellar," one hoodlum told a Chicago judge named John H. Lyle. "They're tortured until they talk, then they're rubbed out." The torturer was said to be Capone, his torture chamber a filthy back room at the Four Deuces. Corpses were dragged through a tunnel that opened to a trap door in the alley, then loaded in a car and disposed of on a county road or in a rock quarry. Judge Lyle claimed to have seen the tunnel himself, but only years after the torture had supposedly occurred. Capone put a softer spin on the early years of his bootlegging career. With Dino Banion's men infesting the north side, the 6 Jenner brothers controlling the south side, Terry Druggan and Frankie Lake dominating the west side, and countless other gangs muscling in at the margins, clashes were inevitable and gunfire erupted often. Still, Capone claimed that everyone got along pretty well, all things considered. Torrio and Capone controlled the tap on much of the city's beer, which earned them respect and cooperation. It helped, too, that many of their saloons and brothels were in the suburbs, where fewer rivals and fewer cops operated. Capone, in one of his early interviews, said he and Torrio had tried to persuade the other bootleggers to maintain a cooperative and friendly business environment as their operations grew. There were profits enough for all, they said. But the others didn't listen. Just as Capone was getting established in his career, his personal life threatened to come undone. On the evening of November 14th, 1920, back in Brooklyn, his father, Gabriel, made the short walk from his home on Garfield Place to a pool hall on the same block. While watching a game there, he collapsed and died, probably from a heart attack. He was 54. Gabriel Francesco Saverio Capone was born in 1865 in a small town called Angri in the Campania region of Italy near Mount Vesuvius, according to civic and church records recently discovered there. Gabriel's parents made and sold their own pasta from a small shop in the center of town. He married a local girl, a farmer's daughter named Teresa Raiola, and brought her to America. In Italy, Gabriel had worked as a printer. In America, he became a barber. He and Teresa settled in the slums of Brooklyn and raised 9 children, 8 boys and 1 girl. Alphonse Capone, born January 17, 1899, was the 4th born. While his father had toiled with scissors and blades to keep men of modest means looking a bit cleaner, a bit more respectable, Al Capone would take an entirely different approach. He carved wealth and power with ferocious haste. Given that he would become internationally famous before he was 30, and hunted by newsmen, biographers, and Hollywood screenwriters, Capone reveals surprisingly little about his childhood. He would grow up to be a man who fished, hunted, boxed a little bit, and enjoyed watching almost every kind of sports event. He loved spending money, but never bothered saving any. He seldom left the house unshaved, and prided himself on dressing well. He was a man's man, if ever there were one. And yet he never mentioned whether he acquired any of his passions or quirks of personality from his father, never told a single story about going to see the Superbas or the Robins, both later known as the Dodgers, at Washington Park or Ebbets Field, or learning to fish in Brooklyn's Gowanus Canal with his old man. If his father ever skimmed money from the register at the barber shop, gambled a week's pay on a card game, or took a second or third job to help feed and clothe his big family, his son never mentioned any of it. With Gabriel's death, the Capone family had no leader. Al's oldest brother, Vincenzo, also known as James, had disappeared a few years earlier. The last anyone heard, he was traveling out west, perhaps with a circus. Of all the other Capone boys, Al's prospects seemed best. So Teresa and her other 6 children, Frank, Ralph, Salvatore, Ermino, Umberto, Amado, and Mafalda, named in honor of Italy's young princess Mafalda Maria Elisabetta Anna Romana of Savoy, were on their way to Chicago. Almost immediately, Al became the head of the family. 2 of his older brothers, Frank and Ralph, went to work with him in the bootlegging business. Eventually, he would help some of his other siblings buy bars and restaurants to support their families. Al and May went shopping for a house, the family's first. They settled on a brick bungalow at 7244 South Prairie Avenue in Grand Crossing, which was south and west of downtown by about 10 miles. It was a neighborhood of small groceries, fruit stands, and butcher shops where the owners worked alone, slicing the meat, wrapping it, and ringing up sales on the register. On Sunday nights in summertime, the neighbors would sit on blankets and listen to concerts at the grand stand in the park, the women in loose frocks that covered them from ankle to wrist, the men in seersucker suits and straw hats, while children chased fireflies. The Capones picked an unpretentious house, 2 stories tall, with big square windows facing east, so that by early morning the rooms at the front were as bright as the day. The house was an early version of the classic Chicago 2-flat, built by an architect who cranked out dozens more just like it. Plain little bungalows lined the avenue like humble workers on a factory floor, not to impress, but to do a job. Model Ts and Packards sat by the curbs. Small yards offered room for kids to toss a ball and for men to toss horseshoes. As they had in Brooklyn, the Capones avoided an old Italian enclave in favor of a neighborhood of mixed ethnicity. But this time they were much better off financially. In Brooklyn, they had had nothing but crowded tenement apartments. Now they had a whole house to themselves in a quiet neighborhood with little traffic, little noise, and no big industry. Most important, this time they weren't renting. They owned the place. The house was valued at about $15,000 according to Cook County property tax records, or roughly $180,000 in today's dollars. They covered part of the transaction with cash, but they also took a mortgage, agreeing to pay 6% interest on a $4,400 loan. The loan documents were signed by Al, his wife, and his mother, who had begun spelling Teresa with the H. Al and May were practically still newlyweds, yet May could not possibly have imagined how dramatically her life would have changed since her wedding. She was a painfully shy young woman with a pronounced overbite that she tried to hide in photographs. Otherwise, she was lovely, with sparkling brown eyes, sculpted cheekbones, and a lissom figure. She and Al had met at a box company in Brooklyn where they both worked. Their first and only child, Albert Francis Sonny Capone, had been born on December 4th, 1918. Al and May married 3 weeks later. There's nothing unusual about a woman giving birth out of wedlock, but in May's case, it raised questions. One Capone relative, Deirdre Marie Capone, the granddaughter of Al's brother Ralph, claims that Sonny was Al's child, but not May's. Capone impregnated a prostitute, according to this version of events. When the prostitute died during childbirth, Teresa Capone arranged a marriage. Apparently, Teresa knew May Coughlin and her parents from church. Teresa proposed that May marry her son and become Sonny's mother. The Coughlins agreed to the match because May was 21 years old and so shy that her family thought she would never find a husband. If true, the arrangement seemed to work well enough for all involved. Al and May grew to love each other, and May turned out to be a wonderful mother. She put Sonny at the center of her universe, educating him in Catholic schools, raising him with strong moral values, and keeping him far from her husband's circle of troublesome friends. But now May was taking on even more of the Capones. The house on South Prairie Avenue was mobbed. Even around her in-laws, May could not overcome her shyness. While the rest of the family prepared for dinner, she stayed in her room, taking care of the baby or reading a book. She would come downstairs to eat and help clean up. Then, while the rest of the men and women gossiped and played cards and drank anisette, she would excuse herself and return to her room. The Capones didn't hold it against her. She doted on her little boy, respected her mother-in-law, and stood by her husband despite his many crimes and sexual indiscretions. Capone would disappear for days at a time, sometimes to take care of business, sometimes to meet women, sometimes to go hunting or fishing with his pals. He lived for weeks at a time in hotels, but when he came home, he always did so with style, greeting May with hugs, kisses, and gifts that no ordinary girl could imagine. Al Capone was Catholic, but he did not regularly attend Mass. His wife and mother did, making the short walk to St. Columbanus Church, 2 blocks away from their home at 71st Street and Calumet Avenue. Sonny was enrolled there in school. He was a sickly child, suffering from mastoiditis, an infection of the mastoid bone that can cause redness, swelling, and pain behind the ear. The condition rendered him partially deaf and led May to dote even more on the boy. The church was an overwhelming presence, physically and spiritually, in the neighborhood and in the Capone family. It was a hulking building, twice as big as anything around, with a Gothic tower visible from every corner of the parish. Nuns in robes and collared priests strolled the neighborhood streets and sat next to parishioners at the local diners and coffee shops. Legend has it that the Capone family paid for the custom-built Kilgan pipe organ in the choir loft. The organ was purchased shortly after the family arrived in the parish. Chapter 4. I'm Sure It Was Capone. In 1923, at about the time Capone moved into his new house, the business environment in Chicago began to change. What initially seemed like a turn for the worse turned unexpectedly to the advantage of Torrio and Capone. Since 1915, Chicago had been run by Mayor William Hale Thompson. Big Bill, as everyone called him, may have been the most crooked politician Chicago ever elected. He was also one of the cleverest. He resembled a 6-foot pigeon, tall, fat, and gray, with a beak for a nose and a flaccid chin that drooped all the way to his chest. When political opponents took the high road, branding him a liar and a cheat in their newspaper ads, Big Bill took a different road and aimed his campaign at the poor and illiterate who didn't read the papers. In the Polish wards of the city, he was anti-German. In the German wards, he was anti-Polish. And at times, in an effort to appeal to the city's enormous Irish population, he promised that if he ever met King George V of England, he would punch him in the nose. Thompson strutted, shouted, boasted, drank, gambled, and cheated, and he made no attempt to hide his duplicity, which is probably why Chicagoans took a shine to him. It came as no surprise when Big Bill made it clear to those in his administration that he was not going to exert a lot of energy clamping down on vice. Crime and politics in the Thompson era went together like barley and hops. The mayor's friends and political appointees set out to get rich doing business with the city. Breaking the law became the most efficient way to get things done. Bootleggers operated in the open and bribed their way out of trouble. Even violent criminals knew that the police department, one of the smallest per capita in the nation and one of the most corrupt, posed little threat. Gangsters were killing each other at a rate of about 50 a year. Union organizers turned to violence, too. Even politicians made guns and bombs the preferred tools for settling differences. In one long-running campaign battle pitting Johnny DePau Powers versus Tony DeAndrea for the position of 19th Ward Alderman, 30 lives were lost. Bombs exploded on Powers' front porch. Campaign workers were gunned down in the street, outside pool rooms, and behind cigar store counters until finally, on the night of May 11th, 1921, DeAndrea himself had his chest ripped open with 2 blasts of a shotgun while on the front steps of his home. He died the next day. Of the 30 murders connected to the campaign, only 1 resulted in a trial, which, of course, ended in an acquittal. It wasn't entirely Thompson's fault that Chicago so dramatically failed to enforce the law. Prohibition made it hard on even the most vigilant elected officials. Technology also was a factor. Smoother roads, faster cars, and rapid-firing guns all helped criminals stay ahead of the police. The same things were happening nationwide. Morals were loosening. Getaway cars were getting faster. But everything criminal was more pronounced in Chicago. It seemed as though the forces of nature had conspired in this city by the lake to create fertile soil for the growth and development of criminal activity. Before and during the Thompson years, the court system was a cesspool. Trials were routinely delayed for years. Crooked lawyers bribed crooked cops to testify the right way before crooked judges. Criminals went about their business like professionals, paying in advance to protect their interests. The cops and judges and lawyers who managed to remain honest eventually became dispirited and all too often gave up hope. There were men in Thompson's administration who gave it a good effort, among them the state's attorney, Robert Crow. With only 40 police officers at his disposal, and with an eye on becoming mayor himself, Crow used his office to attract publicity. Systemic corruption made it difficult for him to do much else. He made a series of high-profile raids on gambling dens and brothels in and around the Levee district. With a gaggle of cigar-chomping newspapermen waiting behind the patrol wagons, Crow's men would smash through the doors, rounding up prostitutes and seizing roulette wheels, racing sheets, slot machines, and dice tables. He got the big headlines he wanted, even if he did little in the long run to curtail crime. By 1922, Big Bill Thompson was in trouble. The city was out of control, and the mayor's endless explanations were beginning to strike a lot of Chicagoans as just so much flapping of the gums. The school system was a disaster. The Tribune broke one story after another about the mayor's pals bilking the government for millions, and the crime went on and on. Gangsters such as Torrio and Capone were not openly allied with Big Bill, but everyone knew that the Thompson administration made life easy for them. Finally, in 1923, Crow and others led a reform movement. Business and religious leaders embraced it. They nominated a clean-cut Democrat named William Emmett Deaver to run against the mayor. Thompson responded aggressively. He went on a building binge, giving the city wider streets and bold new bridges and bragging about them as if they were his personal gifts to the people of Chicago. But with Crow preparing a new round of indictments against some of Thompson's closest associates, Big Bill finally dropped out of the race. Deaver took office, promising sweeping change. Deaver was no goody two-shoes. He was a pragmatic, experienced lawyer who understood the dirty dealing involved in city politics. To win the support of the Democratic Party, he had made a deal of his own, letting the chairman of the Cook County Democratic Party control the hiring at City Hall. That compromise was enough to give the new mayor enough clout to get things done. He began his reform effort by ordering the police to step up their raids on gambling dens and brothels, and he made a special point of shutting down black and tan saloons where the races mixed. Deaver knew that by targeting the black and tans, he would gain the support of many conservative white voters who loathed race mixing. Then, and only then, did he begin a widespread push against saloons. In the course of 100 days, he padlocked some 4,000 of them. For a short time, the city appeared to be turning a corner. Deaver became a national celebrity known as the mayor who cleaned up Chicago, even if the title was applied a bit prematurely. Under Deaver, bootleggers, gamblers, and speakeasy operators faced more raids. In the past, all they had needed to do was bribe their local alderman or their local police captain to stay in business. Now, as they found their approaches blocked by Deaver's do-gooders, or goo-goos, short for good government supporters, as they were known, many of the small-time criminals turned to Torrio and Capone for help. In fact, Deaver's reform era may have done more to empower Torrio and Capone than anything since the murder of Colosimo. The outfit, as Capone referred to the organization, grew bigger, stronger, and much more profitable. It helped, too, that Torrio and Capone had plenty of businesses in the suburbs, away from Deaver's goo-goos. Modern organized crime may have been born in this moment. In the fall of 1923, Capone transferred his headquarters from the Four Deuces in Chicago to the Hawthorne Inn in Cicero. Nestled at Chicago's western edge, Cicero was the state's fourth-largest city. It looked exactly like a working-class section of Chicago, with several big manufacturing plants, the biggest of them belonging to Bell Telephone's Western Electric Company, where more than 10,000 men and women built and assembled telephones. All around the factory sat the usual smattering of churches, schools, and small brick houses. The Hawthorne Inn was on 22nd Street, the city's main drag. It was a modest two-story hotel. Like everything else on the block, it was red brick with white tiles set in the top of the facade. Attached to the hotel was a restaurant, also called the Hawthorne, no wider than a railroad car. A gambling house called the Ship sat next door, open to the public, with a sign out front to make it simple to find. It was a place where roulette, faro, craps, blackjack, stud poker, and chuck-a-luck games ran around the clock, and, supposedly, on the square. All over Cicero at the time of Capone's arrival, saloons and casinos were cropping up like weeds in an abandoned lot. Prohibition was flouted so routinely and so brazenly that the writer Fred Paisley called Cicero the first city in the nation to secede from the United States of Volstead. As one of the saloon keepers explained, "When the cops and the prohibition agents come here all the time to get drunk with us, why, of course they go along with us. They always tip us off to the rates. An injunction means nothing. When the owner of a place is caught by one, he opens up somewhere else, under another name." The town government was controlled completely by Torrio and Capone, who paid off the mayor and members of the city council. Once, to show his disdain for some recent bit of public policy, Capone slugged the town president, Joseph Z. Klenha, knocking him down on the steps of City Hall as police officers stood by and watched. The free kingdom of Torio, the Chicago Tribune snidely labeled the town. It has gambling and liquor and everything, including a police force. In the spring of 1924, when Election Day came around in Cicero, Clenha, a Republican, was concerned that the same reformers who had helped elect Deaver in Chicago might try to bring reform to his fair town. He turned to Capone and Torio for help. They assured the mayor he had no reason to worry. On the eve of the election, the Democratic candidate for town clerk, a reformer named William K. Flom, received a visit from a group of so-called political activists who beat him with their revolver butts, sacked his office, and fired several shots into the ceiling before they fled. A Democratic campaign worker was shot through both legs and dumped in a basement where 8 other would-be reformers had already been locked up. An election clerk was gagged, tied, and stashed in a saloon until after the voting was done. A policeman was blackjacked. 2 men, presumably Democrats, were shot dead on 22nd Street, and another man had his throat slashed. It was a tough campaign. Election Day, April 1st, 1924, dawned cold and gray. Outside a polling station at 22nd Street and Cicero Avenue stood Frank Capone, his cousin, Charlie Fischetti, and a third man, who was probably Al Capone. The 3 men were handsomely dressed, with overcoats, jackets, silk ties, and snap-brimmed fedoras. Each brandished an automatic weapon. They meant for their presence to serve as a reminder to vote Republican. By late afternoon, a judge in Cook County decided that the election was beginning to look like a riot, with fights breaking out and gunshots echoing across town. In an attempt to restore order, the judge sent more than 100 police officers into Cicero. A cold rain started to fall. When the cops got to Cicero, they used their nightsticks and pistols to push back at the gangsters. The 3 men were still standing at 22nd and Cicero as hundreds of workers began pouring out of the Western Electric factory across the street. Just then, a police car pulled up at the polling station. Police cars in the 1920s were often indistinguishable from ordinary sedans, which might explain why the gangsters didn't move. 3 patrolmen stepped out, guns raised and ready. Fischetti froze. Frank Capone took off running to the north. The man whom police assumed to be Al Capone took off running too, in another direction. The police later claimed that Frank Capone ducked into a clump of tall grass and began firing at them, but at least one witness said the gangster never raised his weapon. What happened next is beyond dispute. Sergeant William Cusack fired. Bullets flew, and Frank Capone fell to the sidewalk, gulping air, choking, and dying there on the concrete. The headline in the Tribune read, "Gunman Slain in Vote Riots," and in smaller print, "GOP Ticket Wins." Al and Ralph Capone identified their brother's corpse at the morgue. The next day, the Capone home on South Prairie Avenue was filled with hundreds of men and women paying their respects. So many flower arrangements were delivered that the Capones needed 15 cars to carry the bouquets to the cemetery. Every gangster in Chicago, it seemed, came out to offer condolences to Teresa Capone. Neighborhood children lined up by the dozens across the sidewalk to watch the spectacular parade of expensive cars and men in dark suits. Even the police officer who fired the fatal shots made an appearance and expressed his sympathy. With Cicero locked up at least until the next election, and the booze business becoming more lucrative by the day, the Torio-Capone empire steadily grew. Capone's take of the profits in 1924 came to more than $123,000, or about $1.5 million by modern standards, according to an estimate made several years later by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. But the bigger the business got, the more violence it engendered. And while Torio was generally mature, and mild-mannered enough to avoid becoming personally involved in the brutal work. His young partner was not. Capone was learning from Torrio the ways of the booze business, but he had not mastered the emotional control that helped make his boss so successful for so long. For a second-in-command, it was not such a serious character flaw to fly off the handle from time to time, and nothing in Capone's behavior in those early years suggests he aspired to run the Chicago outfit. There's certainly no indication that he had designs on removing Torrio. A few weeks after the death of Frank Capone, a small-time hoodlum named Joe Howard showed up at Jaime Jacobs' saloon, just down the street from the Four Deuces. Howard was 28, still lived above his mother's South Side fruit store, and made his living by burglary and beer running. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. He was sitting at the cigar counter, trying to choose a smoke, when the saloon's doors swung open with a flutter behind him. "Hello, Al," Howard said, smiling, turning around, and putting out a hand in greeting. Police would later conclude that Al was almost certainly Al Capone. Coming through the door with him was another man, bigger than Capone, also unidentified by witnesses at the scene. The men said nothing as they entered and walked briskly toward the bar. The big man grabbed Howard by the coat and held him tight. Capone pulled a gun, put the muzzle to Howard's cheek, and pressed. He pulled the trigger. Blood, bones, and tooth particles exploded across Jaime Jacobs' bar, but Howard was still sitting on the stool, his body suspended in the hands of Capone's accomplice. Capone fired 5 more shots. The big man released his grip. The rest of Howard fell from his stool into a puddle of his own blood. Capone and the big man turned and walked out of the bar. 30 minutes later, police told reporters they had identified their suspect. "I am sure it was Capone," announced Chief of Detectives Michael Hughes. But the detective went on to complain, in frustration, that the men in the bar sitting next to and across from Joe Howard were refusing to identify the killer. Each of them claimed he had been looking away when the man entered the bar, and that the gunman was gone by the time the victim fell from his stool. Jaime Jacobs, who was standing opposite the victim behind the cigar case, said he had seen the whole thing, but didn't recognize the man Howard had greeted as Al. Another eyewitness, who lived at 2220 South Wabash, next door to the Four Deuces, claimed he had never seen nor heard of anyone named Al Capone. Chief Hughes knew the runaround when he was getting it. "It's an old story already," he complained. The next day, Capone's picture appeared in the Chicago Tribune. It was a mugshot soon to be familiar to Chicagoans. The investigation dragged on for weeks. Chief Hughes said he knew exactly what had happened, but for the life of me, I can't tell the motive. A story had begun to go around on the gangland grapevine. According to the gossip among hoodlums, Howard had recently hijacked a load of booze. After the heist, he had gone to a speakeasy to celebrate. Drunk, and trying to act big, he had decided to pick on one of the smallest, chubbiest, and most harmless-looking men he could find. Unfortunately for Howard, the victim he selected was none other than Jack Greasy Thumb Gusick, chief bookkeeper for the Torrio and Capone syndicate. Howard didn't just beat Gusick, he also humiliated him, slapping him back and forth across the face a few times, and then letting him have it with a fist to the head. After the beating, Howard had bragged to friends that he'd made the little Jew whine. Just before Capone had pulled the trigger, according to the story passed around among Chicago gangsters, Capone had muttered into Howard's ear, "Whine, you fucking fink." Amnesia and temporary blindness continued to afflict the witnesses in the days after Howard's murder. Capone made himself scarce. If the murder of Joe Howard didn't elevate Capone's reputation among Chicago's gangsters, demonstrating both his brutality and his loyalty, what happened next surely did. A month later, on June 11th, Capone walked in of his own accord to a police station and said he had heard a rumor that the cops had been looking for him. He said he was curious to know what it was for. The police delivered Capone to the state's attorney's office in the criminal courts building, where he was told he was wanted for questioning in Howard's murder. The interrogation turned out to be brief. "Well," Capone explained, "I don't know anything about the shooting because I was out of town at that time." That was a good enough explanation for the young assistant state's attorney assigned to the case, William H. McSwiggan. Capone walked. Chapter 5. Funny Notions. On Sunday afternoons, all the Capones gathered for dinner at the house on South Prairie Avenue. Teresa cooked. Her daughter Mafalda helped. May stayed upstairs until dinner was ready. The rest of the women were allowed to carry dishes and set the table, but the kitchen belonged to Teresa. Everything about Teresa looked heavy, from her hips to her bust to the severe expression of her face. Blue eyes shone beneath thick brows. She wore her hair cut short and dyed black as ink. Though she understood English quite well, she spoke only in Italian in her home. The children treated her with affection, respect, and a healthy dose of fear. For Sunday dinners, the food came from Chicago's finest butchers and bakers, but also from Italy. Teresa's family in Hungary occasionally sent packages of meats and cheeses she couldn't get in the United States. Once, the Capone children got a big laugh because the salami that had just arrived from Italy turned out to have been made a mile or so away at the Armour Meat Factory. It had been shipped halfway around the world and back again. While the men smoked and drank and laughed, and the women smoked and gossiped and watched the children, Teresa commanded the kitchen. To make her bracciola, she would begin with a piece of steak pounded thin as the palm of an old baseball glove. Atop the meat she would sprinkle parsley, pine nuts, and garlic. No measuring cups, no tablespoons. She measured ingredients with her fingertips and palms. After seasoning, she would roll the steak, tie it with string, and sauté it. In an instant, the whole house filled with the fragrance of garlic and olive oil. When the meat was brown, Teresa would add tomato paste and peeled tomatoes. While the bracciola cooked, she prepared her meatballs, which were composed of 3 kinds of ground meat, beef, pork, and veal, as well as garlic, eggs, salt, pepper, pine nuts, fresh parsley, and half a loaf of moist, shredded Italian bread. She fried them in lard and put them in the oven to keep warm. The meal was served on mismatched plates, accompanied by copious amounts of red wine, which the Capones referred to as Dago Red. After dinner they would sip homemade anisette, nibble on fruit and Italian pastries, and play a few games of sette e mezzo, Italian for 7.5, a form of blackjack popular in Italy. The Capone boys were ferociously competitive and loved to gamble. They'd bet on anything, from horse races to ball games to which bird on the telephone wire would shit first. But when it came to sette e mezzo, Teresa almost always won. On January 11th, 1925, a Sunday night, dinner ran a little later than usual. Perhaps the family was celebrating Al's 26th birthday, which was 6 days away. When the festivities wound down at about 3 a.m., Capone asked his chauffeur to drive 2 of the guests home. It was a cold and wet morning with 2 inches of fresh snow on the city's streets. Capone's big Packard was moving northbound through the slushy, puddled intersection of 55th and State in a neighborhood of broken sidewalks, vacant lots, and greasy spoons with billboards boasting of chicken dinners for 5 cents. The streets were cast in a yellowish light. Nothing was moving. But suddenly, Capone's Packard had company. It was a touring car with curtains over the rear windows. Never a welcome sight. Quickly, the car pulled alongside the Packard and forced it to the curb. The Packard scraped against a lamppost and crunched to a stop. Then came the sound of a Thompson machine gun, a flash of light, and drifting smoke from the touring car's window. Bullets pocked the door on the driver's side of the Packard. The touring car roared off into the early morning darkness. Fortunately for the men in the Capone sedan, machine guns were not easy to aim, especially when fired from a moving vehicle. Capone's chauffeur, identified by police as Sylvester Barton, wound up with holes in his overcoat, sport coat, and underwear, but most of the bullets only skimmed his flesh. He would be fine. His two passengers, never named, were completely unhurt. After surveying the scene and getting the driver to the hospital, Captain James Allman of the Woodlawn Police Station phoned Capone at home. The police officers suspected that Capone had been in the car at the time of the attack and fled the scene, but he couldn't prove it. "Well, we've got your Packard at the station now," he said. Capone asked about his chauffeur. "He's been shot." "Were you there?" the captain asked. Capone said no. Several weeks earlier, on November 10th, 1924, dapper Dean O'Banion, boss of the North Side, had been gunned down while arranging funeral bouquets in his flower shop. The murder was a huge blow to the North Side gang world, where O'Banion wielded as much power as, if not more than, Capone wielded on his turf. Almost everyone assumed that Torrio and Capone had ordered the hit, and that O'Banion's men had now tried to attack Capone in revenge. The police captain asked the gangster if he had any idea why someone would be trying to kill him. "Well, some people have funny notions," Capone said, without missing a beat. 2 weeks later, on January 24th, Torrio and his wife went shopping on Michigan Avenue. They returned home late in the afternoon as the gray sky darkened to slate and the temperature slid. They were stepping out of their chauffeur-driven sedan when two men leaped from a big black Cadillac parked across the street. One of them opened fire. 5 bullets struck Torrio in the face and chest. He spun, slumped, and buckled, but somehow stayed on his feet. Since he never carried a gun, he had no chance to return the fire. Dripping blood, he staggered into his home. The assassins jumped back in their Cadillac and drove off into the dark. Later, Torrio said he recognized his attackers. While he almost certainly told Capone, he honored the gangland code of omerta by refusing to supply names to the police. The cops assumed that the attack on Torrio was retaliation for the murder of O'Banion, but they had no better luck getting information from Capone, who sat down for a long interrogation, yet said little. Capone identified himself in the interview as a furniture dealer, and said he had met Torrio 3 years ago at a boxing match in Chicago. He claimed not to know Dean O'Banion or any of his cohorts. Asked what kind of work he had done back in Brooklyn, Capone said, "I was in the paper and letter-cutting business," which happened to be true. "Ever been arrested before?" they asked. "Ever been arrested before?" he shouted. "For everything that happens in this town." "Do you know who shot him?" the cops asked, referring to Torrio. "I'm not saying." "Would you tell us if you knew?" "No. I value my life too much. I bought a home here, and I want peace." "Do you know Sylvester Barton?" "Yes, he's my brother Ralph's chauffeur." "Do you know why he was shot the other day in your car?" "No." "Where does Ralph live?" "Sometimes in Cicero, and sometimes with me." "What does he do?" "He runs the Ansonia Hotel in Cicero, but there's nothing doing there now." "What does he deal in there? Booze, beer, and gambling?" "Oh, no, just soda pop." "Are you going to try and find out who shot Torrio?" "Say, I got enough troubles of my own." "Will you sign this statement?" "Sure. Why not? There's nothing in it." That night, Capone stood watch at his boss's hospital bed like a shopkeeper guarding his store after a fire, trying to prevent further damage. A young reporter told the story of spotting Capone in the hospital lobby and running to confront him. Capone, surprised and suspicious, stuck a hand in his coat pocket. Some of his men did the same. The reporter introduced himself. Capone said nothing. He stared straight into the reporter's eyes and froze him with a leer. "Well, Mr. Capone," the reporter asked nervously, "how did you find Mr. Torrio today?" Capone didn't answer. He continued to fix the reporter with his hardest stare. "I understand he is getting along fine," the reporter stammered. "Did you find him looking better?" Nothing. Not a word, not a blink of an eyelash. Beads of sweat began to surface on the reporter's forehead. Mr. Capone, do you think your friend will be able to leave the hospital soon?" Still nothing. The cub reporter looked like he would wet his pants at any moment. Suddenly, Capone threw his empty arm in the air and shouted, "Boo!" The reporter jumped back 2 feet. Capone chuckled, turned, and left. Torrio was recovering nicely, but this soft-spoken, wealthy man, a pioneer of urban gangsterdom, had decided he'd had enough of Chicago. The profits at stake in the bootlegging game had grown too large, the men involved too unstable, and the murder of O'Banion had sparked a greater firestorm than anyone imagined. Torrio spent a little time in jail after pleading guilty to a violation of the Prohibition Act that had resulted from a raid on one of his breweries. After completing his sentence, he went back to New York and then to Europe for a long vacation. He left Capone in charge. Soon after, on April 6, 1925, Chicago cops caught a break that nearly put Capone out of business. In a raid on a doctor's office at 2146 South Michigan Avenue, a block and a half away from the Four Deuces, police arrested Frank Nitti and seized what appeared to be the complete financial records of the Torrio Capone machine. Financial ledgers, customer lists, purchase orders, even a roster of prostitutes with details on how much each of them earned. The cops found booze stacked neatly on shelves and a telephone bill showing phone calls to Miami, New York, and New Orleans. William McSwiggan, the same assistant state's attorney who had let Capone go after the Joe Howard murder, was placed in charge of the country's investigation. Federal prohibition and tax agents informed McSwiggan that they were eager to see the records as well. In part, the feds were curious to learn if any of their men appeared on the Torrio Capone payroll sheets, but they also were eager to determine if they could use any of the information to shut down this budding criminal syndicate. 3 days later, to almost everyone's shock, Municipal Judge Howard Hayes ordered that the seized records be returned to Torrio and Capone. Everyone assumed that Judge Hayes had been paid off by the mob. Was McSwiggan in on the deal, too? Had he seen the records? If he knew the details of the mob and couldn't be bought off, he would be a dangerous man to have working in the state's attorney's office. If he had seen the records and helped dispose of them, he would have been a very useful man to keep around. The night that Hayes ordered the return of the records, Capone was arrested for speeding and carrying revolvers in his car. Once again, he was living on the edge, carrying on like the young and suddenly wealthy man he was. In the future, he would be more careful. But his incarceration following the speeding and gun possession arrest turned out to be no great inconvenience. On his first night in jail, he treated his fellow prisoners to steak dinners, shelling out $25 to have the meals delivered. The next day, he was released on bond, and eventually all the charges were dropped. Capone was trying to remember Torrio's advice. He was trying to keep a low profile, but it wasn't easy for him. Chapter 6. A Man of Destiny. With Torrio gone, Capone was the undisputed boss of the Chicago crime scene, while he made no overt attempt to replace O'Banion in the North Side. Capone's influence grew all across the city. Cicero, however, remained the center of his empire. He controlled everything that moved there, a fact that was well known to every bootlegger in a 100-mile radius. But on the evening of April 27th, 1926, a couple of up-and-coming booze peddlers, the brothers Miles and Klondike Bill O'Donnell, decided to press their luck. The O'Donnells had recently been approaching the town's speakeasy owners and offering to sell them beer at the bargain rate of $50 a barrel, $10 less than Capone's price. They claimed that Capone's brew tasted like piss. As if that weren't brazen enough, they were promenading around Cicero as if they had a perfect right to be there. This night, the O'Donnells were out for a good time, driving past brick bungalows and shadowy oak trees, drinking and picking up friends along the way. They were unaware that at some point they also had picked up a tail. As their big blue Lincoln pulled up in front of the Pony Inn, the tailing car crept closer, headlights off. The O'Donnells and their chums stepped out of the Lincoln. First came the roar of an engine, and then a burst of fire from a Thompson submachine gun. The explosion lasted about 5 seconds, time enough for the Tommy to discharge more than 100 rounds. 3 men dove for cover. 3 more dropped to the sidewalk, blood pouring like spilled paint from their bodies. 3 fedoras and a set of horn-rimmed glasses tumbled to the sidewalk. Gangsters got knocked off all the time in Chicago. Law enforcement personnel seldom seemed to take the trouble to figure out who did it, or why. Lines got crossed, deals were welched on, cheaters were cheated, witnesses were eliminated, so much so that on any given day in any given part of town, any outlaw might have reason for killing any other. When the cops came around, if they came around, nobody talked. The Pony Inn shooting would have been another piece of routine business in Chicago. No big news, except for one important detail. While 2 of the 3 dead men were in fact beer peddlers, the third was William McSwiggan, the well-known assistant state's attorney. McSwiggan was 27 years old, an up-and-comer with a reputation for talking a good game, but letting a lot of gangsters slip away. Why was he out drinking with a bunch of bootleggers, including 2 whom he had tried and failed to prosecute? No one said. Had McSwiggan been on the take? Probably. But still, his killing violated one of the other rules of protocol for Chicago hitmen. Public officials, no matter how crooked, were off limits. As a result of this breach in etiquette, the McSwiggan murder made banner headlines nationwide and put pressure on police to take the unusual but not entirely unprecedented step of attempting to solve the crime. They had a pretty fair idea where to start. Until that moment, Al Capone, 27 years old, had been a minor character on the Chicago stage and unknown on the national stage. Even now, in covering the shooting, the city's newspapers variously identified him as Al Capone, Al Caproni, or Al Brown, the latter being Capone's favorite alias. The only thing they reported with consistent accuracy was his nickname, Scarface. McSwiggan's boss, State's Attorney Robert E. Crow, deputized 300 Chicago police officers and gave them an order: bring in Capone. The cops raided the gangsters' haunts in Chicago and Cicero, snatching weapons, taking hatchets to beer barrels, boxing up accountants' ledgers found in casinos, and arresting dozens of men. They searched the house on South Prairie Avenue. They dropped by sporting goods shops and took down the names of those who had recently bought machine guns. But Capone was nowhere to be found. Immediately after the shooting of McSwiggan, Capone had left town. He drove east into Michigan and holed up with a few of his men in a cabin at Round Lake, just outside Lansing. He stayed all summer. He swam, played cards, and served as master of ceremonies for a fantastic fireworks display on the 4th of July. He also enjoyed the company of a blonde woman who was not his wife. Capone had been growing huskier of late. He carried himself as if he were bigger than 5'10.5". He stood straight on tree-trunk thighs and swaggered a little. He could be a menacing figure. But the vacationing families at Round Lake witnessed nothing but his gentler, more reasonable side. For 3 months, the only disturbances around came from buzzing mosquitoes. Capone knew it couldn't last, though. One day, late in July, he phoned a couple of newspaper reporters in Chicago and told them he was planning to return to the city. He said he had nothing to do with the murder of McSwiggan and intended to prove it. So much for keeping a low profile. It was a counterintuitive move, yet, given the nature of the 1920s, when the spotlight of fame moved quickly and shone brightly, illuminating ball players, flagpole sitters, and daredevil pilots, it was fitting that Capone might give in to vanity. Americans in the summer of 1926 were fascinated by the best-selling book The Man Nobody Knows, which portrayed Jesus Christ as a successful businessman and organizer, a go-getter, and the most popular dinner guest in Jerusalem. Its author, Bruce Barton, was an advertising executive who believed in the power of the individual to shape his own image, to promote his own brand, to forge his own destiny. The book fed a nationwide mania. Like Christ, Barton wrote, great businessmen had to possess personal magnetism and sincerity. Then they needed the wisdom to surround themselves with good men. Modesty was not part of the program. Even if Capone didn't read The Man Nobody Knows that summer at Round Lake, he certainly liked to think of himself as a go-getter, a salesman, a skilled business executive, a man of destiny. He believed in creating wealth and moving his family up on the socio-economic ladder. He was ready to get back to business, and he did not intend to be shy about it. On a Wednesday morning, July 28, 1926, Capone's Packard passed from Michigan into Indiana, skirting the flat southern shore of Lake Michigan. He drove by steel mills and cement factories. It was not yet 10 a.m., but already the air was thick and heavy, as if it couldn't decide if it wanted to be wet or dry, stormy or calm. The car coughed to a stop at the corner of Indianapolis Boulevard and 106th Street, where Indiana and Illinois meet. The fumes of swamp and industry greeted Capone as he stepped out and stood alongside the road. He wore a blue serge suit, a crisp white shirt, and a checkered tie. A natty straw boater rested lightly atop his head. A federal agent named A.P. Madden met Capone at the border. Together, they made the 16-mile drive into downtown Chicago. They arrived at the Criminal Courts building on Hubbard Street, the same place where Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb, a couple of University of Chicago students, had been convicted 2 years earlier for the murder of a 14-year-old boy. No rain had fallen. The sidewalks radiated heat. The city streets were cluttered with horses, wagons, cars, trucks, and trolleys. Office workers had opened their windows at the courthouse, hoping for a breeze, but getting only the sounds of the city. Capone's hair was slicked black and shiny, sticking to the back of his thick, sweaty neck. Reporters crowded him and shouted questions as he stepped into the building. He smiled for photographers and tried to show reporters he was relaxed. "Of course I didn't kill him. I liked the kid," he said, referring to McSwiggan. "When I learned of the killings, I knew the police, looking for a goat, would naturally blame me. So rather than stay in a cell for a long time and be blamed for everything, I went away. Any official who has a right to question me can find out all I know. If the police have anything but hot air, they can use it. I'll answer any question about the murder. I had nothing to do with the killing of McSwiggan, my friend. Why, 10 days before he was killed, I talked with Bill. There were friends with me, too. If we had wanted to kill him, we could have then, but we didn't. We never wanted to." In fact, Capone went on, he had good reason for keeping the young prosecutor alive. "I paid McSwiggan," he said. "I paid him plenty, and I got what I was paying for." Just like that, McSwiggan's reputation was dead, too. County officials had been vowing for months that they would pin this murder on Capone. They had questioned the survivors of the attack, including Klondike Bill O'Donnell. They had questioned Capone's gangster brother Ralph and relieved him of the huge cache of weapons found in his home. They had even questioned Ralph's wife, the lovely Peggy Capone, who had shown up at the police station swathed in far more fur than the temperature had required. But none of Capone's friends and allies had chirped. Investigators found only one witness who claimed to have proof of the big man's guilt. A waitress at a restaurant in Cicero said she saw Capone on the night of the murder get up from his table, pull a machine gun from a hidden compartment in the wall, and then leave in a hurry. But when police checked the restaurant, they found no hidden compartment. Given the absence of evidence and the fact that the state's attorney had failed to issue an indictment, Capone expected his court appearance to be brief. But Judge Thomas J. Lynch had other ideas. He ordered the suspect held overnight. At noon the next day, another hot one, Capone appeared again before Judge Lynch. The courtroom was packed. It was clear from the size of the crowd and the number of reporters milling about that Capone had been transformed over the course of the summer from a thug of small importance to a heavyweight. In addition to the dozens squeezed into the courtroom, more than 200 oglers waited on the street outside. Necks craned and mouths agape to see the great criminal, as one of the city's daily newspapers, the Chicago American, put it. A few blocks away, only a dozen Chicagoans showed up to greet the train carrying America's biggest movie star, Rudolph Valentino, in town to promote his movie Son of the Sheik, and to confront a Chicago reporter who had recently questioned his masculinity. Capone came to court wearing the same suit he'd had on the day before, with the same boater hat canted atop his head. But he didn't seem bothered. Clean-shaven and smiling, he removed his hat in the courtroom and chatted with his lawyers. When Judge Lynch asked the lawyers to approach the bench, Capone accompanied them. This time, the judge made it quick. He asked if the prosecution had any evidence tying Capone to the death of McSwiggan. The prosecutors admitted they did not, and Lynch dismissed the case. Capone, grinning, put on his boater and walked out of the courtroom. The only challenge remaining in his otherwise perfectly executed return was getting out of the courthouse and back to Cicero. Worried that someone in the crowd would shoot or knife him, he whispered to one of his lawyers that he needed to move fast. Out on Hubbard Street, one person posed a particular threat. Sergeant Anthony McSwiggan of the Chicago Police Department, father of the slain prosecutor, had been telling reporters for weeks that he held Capone responsible for his son's death. Now he was standing on the sidewalk, dressed in a wrinkled suit and a straw hat just like Capone's, telling the press that he was furious about the prosecution's failure to put the finger on his son's killer. "They pinned a medal on him and turned him loose," McSwiggin raged. Capone looked out the courthouse door to Hubbard Street. 7 police officers on horseback worked the crowd. Reporters darted about with their notebooks open, hoping to record a few of the freed gangsters' words. Photographers lugged their big, boxy, speed-graphic cameras, reloading their film sheets after every shot and trying to anticipate where Capone was headed. When a Marmon roadster pulled up in front of the courthouse, Capone ran from the building, past the gathered crowd, and hopped in the car. His friend Louis Cohen, a gambler, a former Yiddish newspaper boy, and current owner and editor of the Cicero Tribune, sat behind the Marmon's wheel. "Come on!" Capone shouted, beckoning for his lawyers to follow. They chose not to. The car door closed with a solid thud, and the Marmon lunged forward. Traffic in every direction slowed as motorists strained to see what the commotion was all about. The mounted cops scanned the crowd for guns and bombs. The camera jockeys tried for one last shot as the car drove off, but Capone ducked. As the car rumbled down the street, the only thing visible was the top of his hat. In that moment, as much as any, the legend of Al Capone was born. "Who killed McSwiggin?" became a common piece of banter among Chicagoans, a running gag. A cartoon in the Chicago Tribune showed a gaggle of foolish detectives tiptoeing and crawling on their knees in search of clues, while the regally dressed Capone swaggered out of jail. The cops were the joke, not Capone. A story, unverified, also began to circulate that Sergeant McSwiggin drove out to Cicero later that day and, finding his nemesis at the Hawthorne Inn, backed him against a wall, intent on taking justice in his own hands. Capone was said to have reached under his left armpit, pulled out his automatic, and offered it to McSwiggin along with the following pronouncement: "If you think I did it, shoot me." McSwiggin, the story goes, gave the gun back to Capone and walked away. Chapter 7. Heat Wave. The waves of heat kept coming throughout the summer of 1926, one after another, with scarcely enough time in between for Chicagoans to gasp for breath. Thousands slept fitfully on park benches, beaches, and in backyards. The Tribune took up a collection to provide free ice to those who couldn't afford it, and encouraged apartment dwellers to escape the heat at night by sleeping on flat roofs. Dozens died from heat prostration, and several drowned in the too-crowded lake. But such sweltering heat didn't hurt the beer business, nor did it quell the summer's violence. The sizzling weather gave rise to flaring tempers all over the city. It had dogs biting owners, shop owners squabbling with their customers' husbands, snapping at their wives, and it had gangsters shooting at gangsters even more than usual. Torrio's retirement, O'Banion's death, and Capone's summer vacation had turned Chicago's disorganized booze business into something approaching chaos. For a brief moment, a power vacuum existed. In response, alcohol producers with vats in their basements, truck drivers who supplemented their legitimate income by making booze runs to Canada, big-shot brewers trying to squeeze a few illicit bucks from factories that were supposed to be shuttered, and countless other finaglers surged forth to grab a piece of the action. They were part of a fast-growing economy. The work was obviously dangerous, but the rewards were too great to be easily dismissed. After 3 months at Round Lake in Michigan, Capone needed time to adjust, not just to the oppressive weather, but also to changes in the business environment. Journalists speculated that his operation had been permanently crippled as a result of his absence. His key men had scattered, his customers had found new suppliers, his chokehold on city officials had slipped. Capone was not heard from for several weeks after his court date, and it was possible to imagine that his moment had come and gone, like the movie actor with only one successful film. Newspapers named Ralph Sheldon, one of Capone's former satellite operators, as the most feared criminal in the city. Like a lot of other men in the bootlegging business, John Mitters Foley kept his jacket on through much of the summer to conceal the revolver tucked under his sweaty armpit. Better hot than dead, the thinking went. Foley, 28 years old, was big, strong, and handsome, with a neck nearly as wide around as his head. With his beefy frame, he could have been mistaken for a heavyweight fighter. His great bulk and his willingness to get rough qualified him for a job as a labor organizer in the ice cream wagon business. But Foley quickly realized that he also was qualified for beer work, so he branched out and did a little bootlegging for Ralph Sheldon, who did a little bootlegging for Capone. Sheldon was such a stoic that earlier in 1926, when his brand-new Lincoln was blown to bits by a powerful bomb, he had told the police it was probably just a prank by neighborhood kids. "I haven't an enemy in the world," he had said at the time. Foley, too, had been the subject of an assassination attempt earlier in the year, when he and a pal were wounded in a shootout in a saloon on the South Side. Foley took the same approach as Sheldon in response to the attack, telling police he had no idea who had been shooting at him or why anyone would want to hurt a man whose only concern was the safe remittance of ice cream. Everyone knew, of course, these shootings, like most in Chicago, were over turf. Foley was trying to muscle his way into the business. The saloons he approached were already in the control of an ambitious bootlegger named Joe Saltis, a.k.a. Polak Joe. On the afternoon of August 6th, 1926, with thermometers registering 85, Foley paid a visit to his mother's house on the South Side. When the telephone rang, Foley answered, listened, then returned the receiver to its cradle and walked out of the house. Apparently warned that someone was coming after him, he got into his car and drove south down Sacramento Avenue. Bungalows slid past his open windows. The neighbors were all out on their porches, fanning themselves, sipping cool drinks from sweating glasses. Foley turned east onto 64th Street, then hooked a right on Richmond. That's when he spotted a green Cadillac moving slowly toward him. The caddy had been parked on the block, waiting for more than an hour. Foley flew into a panic. Without stopping his car, he opened the door, jumped out, and took off running. His driverless automobile rolled on until it crashed into an iron signpost. The green Cadillac stopped. A man with a shotgun got out. Foley ran, but didn't get far before he tripped. The man with the shotgun closed in on him. Foley was looking up at his pursuer when he felt the muzzle of the shotgun press against his sternum. The gun roared, and Foley's chest burst inside out wetly. All through the neighborhood, heads turned in the direction of the blast. Then came another blast, this one from a shot that cratered Foley's head and sent the contents splattering. Within seconds, the Cadillac was gone. John P. Steig, Chicago's acting chief of detectives, sped to the scene. The sight of another shredded body did not surprise him, but this did. A landscaper working at the nearby Marquette Elementary School swore that he could identify the men in the Cadillac if he were to see them again. Steig was an honest cop. He already had a good idea who had killed Foley and why. So he brought the landscaper downtown and showed him pictures of Joe Saltis, whose name was usually spelled Saltis rather than Sol in newspaper accounts, and three of his men, John Bingo Alberto, Edward Big Herb Herbert, and Frank Lefty Consul. The landscaper said yes, those were the men. He was sure of it. Another witness from the neighborhood confirmed the identifications. Steig told reporters that Saltis and Foley had been fighting for control of a few saloons and taking shots at one another for months. What's more, Steig found the green Cadillac used in the shooting, which had been abandoned, and took it to Saltis's mechanic, who confirmed that Saltis was its owner. Chicago's upscale department store, Marshall, Field and Company, couldn't have gift-wrapped the case any better, and Steig knew it. Jubilant was the word the Herald and Examiner used to describe the lawman, who typically had more luck getting his picture in the paper, holding a captured machine gun or leading a crook to jail, than getting convictions. This time, it looked like he had finally caught a break. So jubilant was Steig that he allowed himself some premature bragging, saying, "I believe we have figured out a scheme that will eliminate at least some of this promiscuous street shooting and some murders. Our plan may not be a cure-all, but we are going to get somewhere this time. This rough stuff has got to quit." 4 days later, schemer Drucci, Jaime Weiss, and a couple of their associates strode through the intersection of South Michigan Avenue and 9th Street. It was nearly noon, the sun crashing straight down on the crowns of their hats. The mighty Standard Oil building towered over the men, windows open, shades drawn. Cars snaked up and down Michigan in both directions. Drucci and Weiss had decided to unload some of the cash they had been keeping to that point in safe deposit boxes. They called a few friends, including George Bugs Moran and Julian Potatoes Kaufman, to escort them on their errand. The men stuffed their pockets full of green and headed downtown to an office building on Michigan Avenue where they planned to make a cash deposit, $500,000 by one account, on a real estate deal. On their way into the building, Drucci and Weiss bumped into John Sabarbaro. As much as any Chicagoan, Sabarbaro embodied the city's love-hate relationship with bootleggers. He held 2 jobs, one as an assistant state's attorney, the other as a funeral home director, so that when he wasn't putting gangsters in jail, he was putting them in coffins. But Sabarbaro was on the take, which meant that he didn't get around to convicting too many hoods. This had 2 benefits for Sabarbaro. It left the criminals out on the street, where they were more likely to get whacked, and it instilled in the men of the underworld a sense that Sabarbaro was a fellow they could do business with when the time came to bury one of their chums. His ceremony for O'Banion, featuring a $10,000 silver and bronze coffin and $50,000 in flowers, would be remembered for decades to come as the ultimate gangdom farewell, the standard against which all others would be judged. On this steamy late morning, though, his meeting with the gangsters appeared to be accidental. Weiss said hello, and Sabarbaro returned the greeting. Weiss asked if Sabarbaro could recommend a good place for lunch. Sabarbaro pointed out a greasy spoon just to the south and waved goodbye. Seconds later, a car rumbled up Michigan Avenue. From it came the ear-splitting machine gun blasts Chicago was beginning to make famous. Bullets drilled into cars, shop windows, and street lamps, the noise like rocks hitting the empty bed of a dump truck. Weiss and most of the others took off running, but Drucci stayed behind. He ducked. Pedestrians ran for cover. A truck driver screamed as one shot ripped through the door of his cab and into his leg. Drucci drew his .38, looked around for a target, and started shooting until he ran out of ammunition. He leaped to the running board of a parked car and waved his gun at the stranger behind the wheel. "Drive on, quick!" he shouted. But before Drucci could get away, a policeman tackled him from behind. While Weiss disappeared completely, Drucci went quietly to the station. He knew the drill. He began by giving the cops a fake name, which was a joke, given how many times he had led them on chases and how many times he'd been in and out of the clink. Then He said he had no idea why anyone would want to shoot him. Another joke. At last, after admitting his true identity, he was asked to explain why he had $13,200 in cash in his pocket. Was it booze money? Bribe money? Gambling money? Jucci, whose first published nickname was Skimmer, not Schemer, would say only that he was carrying the money for a real estate deal. The cops booked him for assault with intent to kill and disorderly conduct. Within hours, he was released on bond. Not long after that, the charges were dropped. Though the attack on Jucci and Weiss wasn't fatal, it worried cops for several reasons. Because it had taken place on a busy street in the middle of the day, because Jucci would no doubt go after the men who had shot at him, and, finally, because the Michigan Avenue assault looked like the work of Capone's gang, which made a specialty of the shooting from passing cars. The word on the street was that Capone had heard about the Jucci-Weiss real estate detail and sent his men to relieve them of their cash. Was Capone really after the money, or was he preparing to go to war with Weiss, Jucci, and Moran for a piece of O'Banion's North Side turf? Was he seeking revenge against the men who had shot Torrio? Was he after Soltis, too? No one knew, and no one knew what to do. The cops tried what they always tried. They conducted a half-hearted effort to round up the men most likely to kill or be killed. When they succeeded in finding them, however, the men all sang the same song. Who, me? Why would anyone want to hurt me? And then they were let go. Chapter 8. He Will Knock You Flat Just for Fun. The summer's scorching heat faded at last. On September 20th, 1926, a Monday, Capone was eating lunch at the Hawthorne restaurant, attached to the Hawthorne Hotel. The place smelled of hamburger grease, cigarettes, and coffee. If Capone followed his routine, that would mean he was sitting at the last of 15 tables in the long, narrow eatery, facing the front door so he could see everything, including the big clock behind the counter, which showed the time just shy of 2. Outside the restaurant, the sidewalks of Cicero were unusually crowded. Hundreds of horse owners and trainers were visiting for the second week of the fall season at the Hawthorne racetrack. In addition, thousands of Chicagoans, having quit work early, were streaming in by car and train for the event. This year, the Hawthorne had attracted some of the country's finest horses and jockeys. For a brief period, Cicero enjoyed an air of legitimacy and excitement. The streets around the track had been paved, and a fresh coat of white paint had been slapped on the racetrack's facade. There was a new clubhouse, an expensive new dining room, and even a new gymnasium at the track where jockeys could exercise. It was the jewel of Cicero. The weather had been fine the past few days, the grandstands packed, a sea of straw hats and dark suits, everyone smoking cigars or cigarettes, scanning the racing forms, and quizzing friends for tips. It had been a week of upsets, which tended to make for an irritated, anxious crowd. A day earlier, a horse named Columbia II, owned by the gangster Terry Druggan, stormed to a huge lead and then all but quit running down the stretch, as if the animal had changed its mind about being a horse. A 25-to-1 shot named Pequot took the win. Also that afternoon, a sure thing named Stout finished out of the money, beaten badly by a worthless nag named the Runt. The races at Hawthorne were one of life's great pleasures for Capone, who drank in moderation but gambled heavily, especially on the horses and dogs. He sat among the crowd, he chomped cigars, he shook hands and patted backs and cheered and stomped his feet when his horses won and cursed when they lost. They usually lost. Despite his love of gambling and his affection for horse racing, Capone was a rotten bettor. The writer, Damon Runyon, called Capone the worst gambler he'd ever met. But given that he did all his business in cash, and neither saved nor invested his profits, and given that Capone almost certainly received a cut of the profits at the racetrack, it's no wonder he put big dough on the ponies and didn't blow a gasket when he lost. It was practically play money. As post time approached for the day's first race, Capone was still at the restaurant. Then, from outside and down the block came that familiar sound, the rolling thunder of a Thompson submachine gun. By now, everyone even loosely connected with the world of gangs in Chicago recognized it. When diners at the Hawthorne heard it, they dropped their utensils and dove for the floor. Waitresses and busboys scrambled for the kitchen. Capone crawled under his table. The Thompson was named after General John Taliaferro Thompson, a West Point graduate who began working in 1915 to create a firearm strong enough to bring a swift end to World War I. He came up with an automatic weapon small enough and light enough to be employed by one man, a trench broom, he called it, for sweeping out enemy fighters. He named it a submachine gun because it was smaller and lighter than traditional machine guns, which sat on tripods and usually required 2 men to operate. Thompson brought his vision to reality in 1919, building a weapon that weighed only 9 pounds. It had a finned barrel, twin pistol grips, a short butt, and could fire 400 rounds per minute. Unfortunately for Thompson, the war ended before he could complete delivery of his first shipment. Though he tried after the war to sell his invention to police forces and military outfits, the response was not great, so he decided to advertise in search of an alternative market. Once the gun went on sale in hardware stores, sporting goods shops, and by mail order, he found his target market. Gangsters, who had plenty of disposable cash, made the gun an essential tool of the trade. The Tommy changed the nature of bootlegging. It separated the big crooks from the little crooks. It spread fear among rival gangsters and ordinary civilians like nothing before it, and it was easy to acquire and easy to use. The only trick was aiming low because the weapon had a ferocious kick which tended to make bullets sail high. Chicago gunmen had already learned the advantages of drive-and-go shooting, but shooting on the move became much more effective and much more intimidating with the advent of the Tommy, which was also known as the Chicago typewriter, the chopper, the chatterbox, the gat, and the ack-ack. As patrons inside the Hawthorne restaurant ducked for cover, 6 or 7 cars rumbled in a line down 22nd Street. A veritable battalion of death, as one newspaper called it. Machine guns blasted from the open windows of the automobiles. Glass flew, metal clanged, the screams of men, women, and children pierced the air. When the last car in the caravan reached the hotel, a man in khaki overalls stepped from the running board to the street. He knelt down, rested his Tommy on one knee, and like a gardener watering his flowers, sprayed the entrance of the hotel. Without pausing to admire his work, he got up and jumped back in his car, which followed the others back toward Chicago. As smoke from the machine guns drifted over the street and the smell of gunpowder lingered, Capone peeled himself off the floor and stepped outside to survey the damage. 20 cars had been parked in front of the Hawthorne, and every one of them was damaged. A Chrysler with Kentucky plates was shot to pieces, according to the Daily News. One of Capone's men had intercepted a slug with his left shoulder. A Louisiana horse owner and his wife had been grazed by bullets and showered with glass. But given the sheer volume of metal flying through the air, police estimated 1,000 bullets. The injuries were remarkably few. After the shooting, boys from the surrounding neighborhoods rode their bikes to the scene, their feet crunching glass on the sidewalk. They counted bullet holes. Capone was standing among the crowd, still full of swagger, when the Daily News caught up with him. "Sure, I saw it," he told a reporter. "It's a wonder no one was killed." He told another reporter that the gunmen had shot so erratically that he doubted they were aiming for anyone or anything in particular. With that, he quickly excused himself, saying he had a meeting with his lawyers. Police named the following suspects, in no particular order: Schemer Drucci, Jaime Weiss, Frank Gusenberg, Peter Gusenberg, Vincent McErlane, Ernest Applequist, Ben Applequist, Danny Vallow, Puggy White, Frank Foster, Bugs Moran, Dominic Libby Nuccio, Morris Cohen, John Toohey, Bingo Alberto, and the man identified only as Darrow. Considering the number of cars involved in the attack, not to mention the impressive number of men who by now had reason to wish Capone dead, it was possible that all of these men, and a few more, were involved. The cops arrested two prominent Northsiders, Moran and Gusenberg. That development, arrests, would have been worthy of banner headlines if not for the fact that the cops booked the men only for vagrancy. The judge mocked the prosecution for bringing such trifling charges and dismissed the case. The city burned. These open hostilities, these OK Corral shootouts on busy city streets, were beginning to inspire not just fear, but indignation as well. A cartoonist for the Herald and Examiner, one of the papers owned by William Randolph Hearst, captured the mood with a drawing of a gangster sitting atop a barrel of moonshine, smoking gun in hand, rivals dead at his feet. Says the sneering gangster rhetorically, "And what you gonna do about it?" In the same newspaper, an editorial writer weighed in. "This is war. The state's attorney is roused and once again orders wholesale arrests. But what of it? This of it, at least. That from Australia to Nova Zembla, the papers of the world again carry the gossip that the main streets of Chicago, second largest city in America, are not safe from battalion murder even in the daytime. That in the depths of the Tennessee mountains, in London's Whitechapel, there was less utter contempt for law than in Cook County, Illinois. We might ask the state's attorney whether, if he is not moved by the responsibility of his office or by the murder of one of his assistants, he ought not at least to consider the effect of this sort of thing on real estate values. We might ask the Association of Commerce, the Bar Association, and similar influential bodies whether the kill or let kill policy as applied to gangsters and gunmen is one calculated to increase this city's reputation and develop its trade. We might ask the people of Chicago whether we, all of us, can afford to let this sort of thing go on. There remains only the assertion that the methods of law must change. There is authority enough in the law and force enough behind the law to clean them up, if that authority and force are unrelentingly applied. But who thinks they will be? Who killed McSwiggan, and why? Less than 2 weeks later, on October 1st, 1926, a new combatant publicly entered the war on crime in Chicago. The federal government that day indicted Capone and 78 other men on charges of conspiracy to violate the prohibition laws. The indictments were the work of Art Madden, who went by his initials, AP, a special investigator for the Bureau of Internal Revenue, later to be known as the Internal Revenue Service. Madden had come to Chicago at about the same time as Capone, assigned by the Department of the Treasury to hunt down tax cheats. He had spent time with the gangster. It was Madden who had driven out to the state line to bring Capone back to Chicago after his vacation on Round Lake in Michigan. Madden had made a professional and amateur hobby of Al Capone, according to his boss in Washington, Elmer Eyre.
"Al is a fathead," Madden said in a report to Irie. "He is one mobster who doesn't care about money. He wants to be the big guy, and if he can take the bows, he doesn't care much who gets the cash, just so long as he can bet on horses, buy the horrible junk he calls clothes, and collect jewelry. He likes women, but they don't cost him a nickel. He just gives them the night off. He is sensitive about that source of income. Capone doesn't kill anymore. He brings in thugs to do it for him. Frank Nitti, the enforcer, handles the arrangements, and if the thugs fail, the enforcer has them knocked off. Al is a cruel louse, especially when he is drunk. He'll laugh a lot with anybody sober, but he will knock you flat just for fun when he's drinking. He's the boss, make no mistake about that, but he listens to advice, particularly from lawyers. He has many friends in the police force." Madden knew that greedy men fell faster and harder than the rest, and it troubled him that Capone wasn't more money-grubbing. But the agent wasn't giving up. He began looking at the bank books and checks recovered by police in raids on brothels and speakeasies in Cicero. He found a large number of checks drawn on accounts from the Pinkert State Bank of Cicero, and he became convinced that those checks were connected to beer sales, gambling, and prostitution. From his review of those books and ledgers, he estimated that the bootleggers had earned at least $10 million in profit since 1922. The man controlling much of the cash flow, according to the government, was Frank Reese, described by one newspaper as a gambler and beer operator. Madden found that Reese had written more than $95,000 in checks to Capone associates Louis LaCava and Jimmy Mundy. LaCava and Mundy were among Capone's many partners in gambling operations, and though the revenue agent had not yet found concrete evidence that any money from Pinkert State Bank went to Capone, he claimed that he had discovered proof that Capone and his brother Ralph had been responsible for several large shipments of alcohol. "This is just the beginning," vowed one of the attorneys who filed the charges, noting that 400 witnesses had been subpoenaed and the investigation was just getting started. "We are going to clean up Cicero, and then we are turning our attention to Chicago." Added another prosecutor, "The whole power of the United States government will be used to smash the crime trust." The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, Edwin A. Olson, vowed that he would bring the Cicero bootleggers to trial before his term expired at the end of the year. In that moment, it seemed as if Chicago's era of lawlessness might soon come to an end. Newspapers reported that Capone was in secret meetings with the feds, trying to cut a deal, although his lawyer flatly denied it. One newspaper cartoon showed an angry Uncle Sam towering over the town of Cicero and spraying insect powder on its tiny gangsters, the bad little men trying to scurry out of sight. "The modern gangster is remarkable for his hardihood," read the caption. "Even so, he probably cannot face the active hostility of the United States Secret Service without a shudder." The newspaper warned that the government crackdown may fill the bad men of the suburb with a sudden and mysterious urge to go to church on Sunday and eschew utterly the ways of evil. But the full might of Uncle Sam was not yet employed in the battle against Capone. In fact, to that point, only the Chicago agents of the Justice Department were involved, and it was not clear whether they had enough muscle to get the job done. Capone was quickly freed on a $10,000 bond. He wasn't eschewing anything yet. Chapter 9. The Peacemaker. If the cops didn't know who shot up the Hawthorne Inn with Al Capone in it, Capone had a pretty fair idea. "Weiss will never kill me by any such silly stage play in broad daylight," he said, referring to Jaime Weiss. "He might as well come after me with a brass band." Before the beer business enabled him to buy a fancier cut of suit and bed a higher class of woman, Jaime Weiss was known to Chicago police as a run-of-the-mill hood. As a teenager, he and Dean O'Banion had worked at Louis Greenberg's saloon on Market Street, collecting debts from welshing customers and rolling those who were too snozzled to fight. Greenberg was Jewish, a native of the white Russian city of Minsk, who had worked his way up from small-time thievery to loan sharking, from bartending to saloon ownership, and who would eventually make his way into banking. Hanging around with Greenberg, who never liked to pay for any beer or whiskey he could steal, Weiss and O'Banion learned many lessons that would come in handy during Prohibition, the most important lesson being that $1 or $2 a week bought a great deal of goodwill from cops. They also put in time working as safecrackers, or yeggs, in the parlance of the day. But yeg work was going out of style by the mid-1920s, and O'Banion and Weiss, along with their quiet friend George Bugs Moran and the more daring Vincent Schemer Drucci, had already found a more promising career path. Together, these men developed a thriving beer business on the city's north side. They knew that Torrio and Capone were strongest to the south and west, their empire covering everything from Calumet City to Cicero. Within those territories, there were smaller gangs, such as the Jennas, the Sheldons, and the Guilfoyles, that operated like provinces within the purview of an empire. The smaller gangs would sometimes strike out for independence, but most of the time their resistance could be easily crushed, and they would return obediently to the fold. Wisely, O'Banion, Weiss, and Moran steered clear of the Torrio and Capone turf, establishing their own primacy on the north side. As long as Torrio had been in power, they had managed to prosper without much conflict. But those days were gone. When O'Banion died pruning flowers, Weiss, Drucci, and Moran remained as the north side's main men. Of these three, Weiss was best equipped to lead. Whenever a saloon keep called to complain about a missed delivery, it was Weiss who took the call and tried to smooth things over. He was more diplomatic, more polished, a pragmatist. The beer business needed guys like him. "This Weiss was a regular go-getter," recalled one of his unnamed colleagues, speaking to a newspaper reporter in the 1920s. "He got to the top of the alky racket just the way a young bank clerk gets to be a cashier, by tending to business. The others might go chasing women or out on junks or picking fights, but Weiss was always right there on the job, taking orders and keeping the business going. Lots of people on the outside think the alky business is worked undercover, with customers sneaking up a back alley, laying down the jack and ducking home with a gallon or so hidden under the coat. But that's not the system. O'Banion, Weiss, and the rest sold alky just the way the stockyards sell meat. They took orders over the phone or by mail and delivered the stuff like any merchant would. Sometimes they sold drum lots, sometimes they sold gallons, and they had to hustle for business like anybody else. That's where Weiss came in. Half the time, he'd be talking like this. "Hello, who is this talking, O'Banion?" "No, this is his partner, Jaime Weiss." "Well, say, Weiss, this is the Highball Drug Company out in Rogers Park. We sent in a vendee 10 days ago for 20 gallons, and we haven't got a drop. What the hell's the matter with you guys? O'Banion said he'd get it right out. Listen, Highball, we haven't had a bit of stuff for a week, see? We've been getting knocked off. But there's some coming tonight. I'll fix you up in the morning." That was Weiss's line. Soft soap. Whether or not Weiss was more intelligent or merely more ambitious, Drucci and Moran were content to let him run the show. Maybe they were the bright ones. By putting Weiss in charge, they put a target on his back. Weiss was handsome in that regular guy with a crooked smile and busted nose sort of way. He wore his hair oiled to a shine and neatly parted on the left, his bow tie in a crisp, symmetrical knot. No amount of slicking up could ever make him classy, but he still seemed to enjoy the lifestyle of the high-rolling bootlegger, especially after O'Banion's death. By handing out bribes to cops, he bought himself a measure of protection that had been unattainable during his safe-cracking days. The money also helped him meet a higher class of woman. Weiss introduced himself to a dancer, Josephine Libby, blue-eyed and golden-haired, of the legendary Ziegfeld Follies. The Follies girls embodied sexiness. They burst from the seams of their gorgeously designed outfits. Leggy, tiny waists cinched in, bountiful breasts thrust forward, smooth and sweet as butter. When the lighting was right, an audience member sometimes imagined he was seeing through the minimal costumes to the navel, nipples, and creamy thighs. It didn't really matter if the girls could sing or dance. They were hired to fill the costumes, and photographs of Josephine would suggest she did that quite well. Men going to see the Follies knew that at least some of the showgirls were gold diggers. It didn't matter. Weiss opened his bid to Libby with flowers and followed up soon after with a $5,000 diamond engagement ring. Libby got the impression that her suitor made his money in real estate. Apparently, Jaime peeled the bills from his roll fast enough that she never asked questions. Soon they were married, renting a home at a fashionable address and discussing whether to have children. "Perhaps I suspected the true state of things," Josephine later confessed, "but I didn't want to know. Although, if he had come right out and told me, 'Yes, I'm Earl Weiss the bootlegger,' I should have married him just the same." Already, Capone had several good reasons for wishing Weiss dead. For starters, it was most likely Weiss who had shot Capone's mentor, Johnny Torrio. The story going around in gang circles went this way. Drucci had been the driver, Weiss had fired the first volley with a sawed-off shotgun, and Moran had been closing in with his Army-issued .45 to finish the job when the men were interrupted by a laundry truck turning onto the block. Still, Capone made no threats. He would wait. Not long after the attack on the Hawthorne Inn in Cicero, Capone called for a congress of gangsters to see if they could negotiate terms that would make for a peaceful coexistence. They did not meet in a speakeasy or a diner, as was the custom less than a decade earlier. It was a sign of how seriously these men were now taking themselves, and also an attempt to find neutral ground, that they convened at the venerable, recently remodeled Hotel Sherman at Clark and Randolph in the city's Loop. It was the largest hotel west of New York City, and some said the handsomest. Everything was branded with an elegant letter S, from the arches above the doors to the handles of the Demitasse spoons. In the lobby, polished marble shone in all directions. In the hotel's nightclub, white jazz musicians showed off the licks they had learned from the black musicians who were not yet permitted to play there. Hotels offered gangs what social clubs offered more legitimate businessmen: privacy, pampering, and hospitality. Before Prohibition, Americans had done much of their drinking in hotel bars. Now that mainstream customers patronized speakeasies, the gangsters who ran the speakeasies used the hotels to conduct the more civilized aspects of their business. The Sherman, it was understood, was not a place to be sullied by boorish behavior. Weiss and Drucci and a few of their underlings were there, along with an unidentified police officer and an unidentified politician. However, after convening this Congress, Capone decided to stay away, perhaps fearing that he might face another assassination attempt. Tony Lombardo took his place. Lombardo was the newly installed president of Chicago's Unione Siciliana, otherwise known as the Italo-American National Union. By some accounts, the Unione Siciliana was a fraternal organization. By others, it was a secret criminal group at the heart of the city's organized criminal operations. In fact, it was both. Given that its presidents had an unfortunate habit of dying by bullet holes, and that Capone had worked for years to get one of his allies installed as the organization's head, it's obvious that organized crime ranked high on the group's list of priorities. In New York, none other than Capone's old boss, Frankie Yale, led the organization. But Chicago emerged in the 1920s as the Unione's most important outpost, with an estimated 40,000 members. Little Sicily, or Little Italy as it later became known, occupied a huge swath of the city's near north side, much bigger than it does today. The Unione was a central part of life in the neighborhood. Little Sicily was a neighborhood of small brick houses, smoky pool halls, bowling alleys, churches, and tavernas. The Ferrara Pan Candy Company on West Taylor Street had a small factory where they made their famous candy-coated almonds, a traditional treat served at Italian weddings. But most of the neighborhood was much less sweet. Dense vapors hovered, coughed up from all the small factories on the Chicago River, Goose Island, and along the busy, industrial, working-class stretches of Elston, Grand, and Clybourne Avenues. Trash burned in alleys, manure sat uncollected in the streets, tanneries spewed chemical odors into the air. But the biggest producer of smoke and stench, by far, was the People's Gas, Coke, and Light Company, near the corner of Crosby and Division Streets, where coal furnaces roared like thunder and mighty flames rose high in the sky all day and all night. Like a satanic specter, as one local resident put it. But factories meant jobs, and jobs meant houses, and houses meant families, and families meant a shot at the American dream, so no one complained. Little Sicily, despite its intimate association with the forces of organized crime, was in many ways a typical neighborhood of striving immigrants. Not all of its residents were Sicilian, or even Italian, but there were enough Italians to make the Unione a powerful force in local affairs. Capone had long wanted control of the Unione, and with Lombardo at the helm, he finally had it. Lombardo would prove an important ally. At some point during the meeting at the Sherman Hotel, Lombardo and Weiss split from the group to speak privately. Lombardo told Weiss that Capone sincerely wanted peace. He was prepared to leave the Northsiders alone as long as they left him alone. Weiss said he would agree to a truce, but only after he killed the two men who had shot at him and Drucci on Michigan Avenue. Of all the attacks, that was the one that burned him up most, even though no one but an innocent bystander had been hurt. He asked if Capone would offer the men as a sacrifice, as a gesture of his commitment to their new arrangement. Lombardo said Capone would never go for it. With that, the meeting ended. Weiss didn't usually try diplomacy. If he wanted someone dead, he had him killed. This time, though, he needed Capone's help because he hadn't recognized the men who had shot at him on Michigan Avenue. Capone was learning to delegate in his new position as chairman of the board. If indeed he had ordered the hits on Drucci and Weiss, he had probably told Frank Nitti to take care of it, and Nitti had probably subcontracted the job to guys whom Drucci and Weiss wouldn't know. Ever since Capone's return from his summer-long exile in Michigan, Nitti, the enforcer, had emerged as one of the two most important men in the outfit, along with Jack Greasy Thumb Guzik. The men had distinct roles. Guzik was the chief financial officer, crunching numbers, handing out the cash, and helping set the organization's long-term business strategy. He was 50 years old, a short, fat, soft-voiced, middle-aged, double-chinned Jew who looked about as threatening as a bagel and cream cheese. He and his brother Harry had begun their criminal careers as pimps with a brothel called the Blue Goose on the far south side at 119th Street and Marshfield Avenue. By signing up with Torrio and Capone, he seemed to appreciate that he was able to work one step removed from the filth of the bordello. Most of the time, Guzik sat at the St. Hubert English Chop House on the top floor of the majestic hotel in the city's loop. There, he would take in money from bagmen and hand it out to cops, precinct captains, and politicians. That's where the greasy thumb came in. "You buy a judge by weight," Guzik once said philosophically, "like iron in a junkyard. A justice of the peace or a magistrate can be had for a $5 bill. In the municipal court, he will cost you 10. A calm, soothing presence, a Jew who never lost his faith in God, Guzik was gangland's rabbi. He never carried a gun, and Capone trusted him completely. Guzik, no doubt grateful to Capone for coming to his defense after the beating at the hands of Joe Howard, would remain loyal for the rest of their lives. Nitti was, as his nickname made clear, the enforcer. Like Guzik, he was older than Capone, at 40. Nitti was born Francesco Nito in the Italian village of Angri, the same place where Capone's mother and father had been born and raised. Gabriel Capone came to the United States the same year as the Nitos, 1893, and the families settled on the same block in Brooklyn. A former barber, fence and whiskey smuggler, Nitti had established himself by this time as a versatile member of the outfit. With his ink-black hair and dainty mustache, he had style, and he imagined himself a minor celebrity. Perhaps taking after the boss, he cultivated relationships with the press. He was personable and well-liked among his associates, and even though he was often responsible for taking care of the organization's dirty work, he almost never got his own hands dirty. If Capone delegated to Nitti, Nitti delegated to one of his own trustworthy men. Nitti may have had aspirations to rule the outfit himself, but if he did, he was patient. He, too, remained fiercely loyal to Capone. He and Guzik were pivotal to the organization's growing success. As 1926 neared its end, Hirohito became Emperor of Japan, Henry Ford introduced the 5-day, 40-hour work week, Kodak started selling 16mm film stock, A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh and Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf were published, and Harry Houdini died from a ruptured appendix. Celebrities were delighting the American populace. Pre-war heroes such as Jane Addams, feminist, crusader for workers' rights, and pioneer social worker, were perceived now as fussy old grumps. "If I am convinced by anything," wrote H.L. Mencken, "it is that doing good is in bad taste," which meant doing bad was more fun than ever. The new generation's heroes were edgier than their predecessors. They were risk-takers, such as Charles A. Lindbergh, who was preparing to attempt the first non-stop flight from New York to Paris. They were individualists, such as Ernest Hemingway, who, having moved to Paris, published his first novel, The Sun Also Rises. They were overindulged, overfed, and oversexed, like Babe Ruth. Hedonism ruled. Savings accounts were plundered and lines of credit drawn. "The future," declared Gertrude Stein, "is not important anymore." Sunday drives replaced Sunday church for many families. Victorian dance forms melted in the flame of Louis Armstrong's blowtorch trumpet. Women smoked and drank, bobbed their hair, shortened their skirts, danced promiscuously, and spoke openly of their sexual desires. It was the age of emotion, the age of pleasure, the age of jazz. A revolution was underway, and it was Capone's great fortune, like so many pioneers of American enterprise, to be in the right business at the right time. He held a position of responsibility now. Hundreds, if not thousands, of men and women depended on him for some, if not all, of their income. It wasn't that Capone served as everyone's boss. He was more like the senior partner at a law firm, albeit a very loosely run one. Capone exerted influence and lent his expertise to a vast number of smaller operations, most of them built on bootlegging, gambling, and prostitution. Not even the most brilliant business executive could have hoped to oversee every detail of such a casually constructed organization. Capone was a hustler and a negotiator, a risk-taker, and he liked the give and take of doing business with other hustlers and negotiators. Those skills, plus his willingness to use violence when necessary, made him a leader among crooks. His rise to power also was helped by his good luck. As others were shot, arrested, or forced to go into hiding, Capone's power grew. Now that Polak Joe Saltis was on the lam, trying to avoid arrest for the hit on John Mitters Foley, only two gangs with broad power remained: the West Side outfit, led by Capone, and the North Side operation of Weiss, Moran, and Drucci. Capone seemed content for the moment. The responsibility of running the organization may have sobered him, or else the sudden splash of wealth had given him pause. Either way, things had changed, and, like all good businessmen, he had adapted. He thought a great deal about his image now. He complained to the press at times that the gangsters would be better off if they cooperated. The gunplay was wrecking his family life, he said. Ever since moving to the Hawthorne, he saw his wife and son no more than 4 or 5 times a week. When newspapers referred to him as Scarface, he would gripe to the reporters. When that got him nowhere, he went to their editors, phoning in advance to make an appointment, then meeting them and asking them to consider his feelings and please refrain from using the offensive moniker again. Some kindly editors would honor his request. Once in a while, they would even order their photographers to airbrush the scars from Capone's pictures. But usually they ignored his pleas. Among gangsters, anyway, everyone knew better than to call him Scarface. They called him Al, or Boss, or Snorky, which meant elegant or ritzy, but most of the time he was just plain Al. 7 years into Prohibition, the bootlegging business was maturing. Even if the men running it remained mostly young and impulsive, there were important strategic decisions to be made and tremendous fortunes at stake. The more entrenched the bootleggers became, the more money they had to pay in bribes to keep operations moving smoothly, and the more violence they had to employ to keep the upstarts under control. Distribution was complicated. Speakeasies were everywhere and always on the move. The booze flowed to private homes, corporate offices, saloons, gambling halls, brothels, and legitimate nightclubs. Also, beer was heavy and barrels were big. Smuggling the stuff was risky, no matter how well the cops had been greased. Running such an operation required more than cockiness and swagger and Tommy guns. It required finesse, diplomacy, and savvy. "I tell them I want peace," Capone said in the autumn of 1926, "because I don't want to break the hearts of the people that love me. And maybe I can make them think of their mothers and sisters. And if they think of them, they'll put up their guns and treat their business like any other man treats his, as something to work and forget when he goes home at night." Chapter 10. Q is for Quincy. George Johnson never set out to be a hero. Certainly, he seemed ill-suited for the role. Johnson was 19 years old when he left his small hometown in Lanyon, Iowa, and came to Chicago. It was 1893, and he arrived as a tourist to take in the world's Columbian Exposition, popularly known as the Chicago World's Fair, commemorating the 400th anniversary of Columbus's voyage to the New World. But it wasn't the dazzling variety of carnival novelties. such as George Ferris's 264-foot bicycle wheel in the sky, nor the gyrating hips of Farida Mazar, a.k.a. Little Egypt, the bewitching ballerina, that enticed this young man. Johnson was too painfully earnest and intensely cerebral, even as a teenager, to allow whimsical or titillating sights to carry his emotions away. He wandered the fair to learn about the latest advances in art, science, technology, commerce, and industry. He listened to Thomas Edison's raspy phonograph, peeked admiringly into George Pullman's luxurious sleeper cars, and gawked at the new linotype machines that were speeding the production of newspapers. These were the fair's wonders, not the come-ons from the pretty girls or the tricks of the con artists on the midway that hooked sober and ambitious young men like George Johnson. He stayed 2 weeks. When he got back to his family's farm in Lanyon, Johnson did 2 things. First, he gave himself a middle name, something that would distinguish him from all the other George Johnsons. He could have picked Edison, Pullman, or Ford, but he didn't. He had ambition, but he remained a conservative at heart. So he settled on Emerson, honoring the 19th century New England writer Ralph Waldo Emerson. The next thing George Emerson Johnson did was somewhat bolder. He made up his mind to get back to Chicago as fast as he could. Johnson had a few things in common with Alphonse Capone. Each man came from immigrant parents, each from large families, and each had dropped out of school in his early teens to go to work. But the similarities pretty much ended there. Johnson, tall and reedy, resembled a celery stalk. His curly head of light brown hair was neatly parted in the middle. He had thin lips, long eyelashes, milk-white skin, and a gentle voice. He was, as the writer Damon Runyon once put it, a forensic-looking man. Johnson's Swedish-born parents, John and Matilda Johnson, moved to Lanyon before it was even a town, simply because they had heard other Swedes were trying to settle the place, which was in Webster County, 17 miles south of Fort Dodge. They bought 200 acres. Matilda gave birth to 9 children, all without the help of a doctor. George and his siblings were obedient, church-going children who lived by what God gave them, the seasons, the sunrises, and the Bible. The family squeezed into a tiny wood-frame house with a narrow flight of stairs as steep as a ladder going from the first floor to the second. The furniture was wooden and sturdy. The clothes were handmade by Matilda, who sheared the sheep and washed and spun the wool herself. The food was simple, but always adequate. Milk, cream, potatoes, bread, butter, lutefisk, beef, chicken, pork, eggs, sorghum, vegetables, and fruit. The children rode drafty, horse-drawn buses to school, with canvas curtains on the side to protect them from foul weather. When the snow got deep, they were pulled on bobsleds. George was 7 years old when his parents put him to work in the garden. When he was older, he would be expected to plow and till much of the farm's acreage, which the family counted on for survival. But the lesson that he remembered most vividly from his childhood was the one learned in the small garden at the knee of his hard-working father. "I was taught that I could not clean the garden by a method of selection," he recalled. "I was taught that I must not say, 'I will take that weed out and leave this weed in,' but that the only way to clean the garden was to pull up all the weeds by the roots and shake them out to the sun." From ages 13 to 20, Johnson worked, harnessing, driving, seeding, milking, picking, husking, hauling, and shoveling. When the corn was ready for harvest, he would pick 30 bushels before noon, break for lunch, then pick 30 more before sundown. At night, he read by the light of homemade candles, committing to memory long portions of Pilgrim's Progress, Paradise Lost, and The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Some middle children learned that rebellion brought them attention. Not Johnson. He was bookish, a thinker. He made no noise. He showed no trace of charisma. He was content to go about his work on the farm, remaining true to his stolid way, and hope for the best. But the Johnson children were not encouraged to stay on the farm. For one thing, there was no room in their little house once the children started turning into young men and women. But that wasn't his only motivation to move on. George Johnson's parents were among the founders of their little Swedish town in Iowa. They were civic-minded. They wanted their children to be active participants in the community, to do something with their lives, to make at least some small piece of the world a little better. Being good and being enterprising were not mutually exclusive by this family's standards. Inspired by his visit to the exposition, Johnson decided to go back to school, enrolling at Tobin College in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Soon, this shy young man discovered that he liked public speaking, although he was not quite a natural. He had to work to overcome his deficiencies. He spoke slowly, without verve, without a passionate edge to his voice. William S. Kenyon, a Fort Dodge lawyer who would go on to serve Iowa in the U.S. Senate, saw Johnson compete in a speech contest at Tobin in 1895 and recalled that the young man looked like a poet and looked scared as he faced his audience. Still, Kenyon and the other judges voted that day to give Johnson the gold medal. Either the competition was worse, or Johnson's earnest and subtle powers of persuasion carried him through. Upon graduation from Tobin College in 1897, Johnson moved to Chicago and studied law at Lake Forest College. Just after the turn of the century, the city once again inspired Johnson to add to his name. A poetic middle name might have been enough to separate him from the rest of the Swedes in Lanyon, Iowa, but the Chicago phone book had too many George E. Johnsons. He wanted to stand apart from the rest. Once again, he made a conservative, old-fashioned-sounding choice, becoming George Emerson Quincy Johnson. He introduced himself and signed his name as George E. Q. Johnson. He rented a desk in a shared office at 69 West Washington, paying $5 a month, and handled civil cases, bankruptcies, and estate settlements. He advertised himself as a svensk advokat, or Swedish lawyer, in the Luther Banneret, a local newspaper serving Chicago's Swedes. If he ever took on a criminal case, it was not the sort to generate headlines. He lived quietly. He spent nights at the marble-coated Newberry Library, north of downtown, where he studied the lives of Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, using his research to prepare a series of talks to legal associations, churches, and lodges such as the Knights of Pythias. In 1900, he worked on the Republican campaign to re-elect President William McKinley and met some of the state's leading politicians. Perhaps to overcome his awkward public speaking skills, or perhaps because he loved the stage even if he was less than comfortable upon it, Johnson auditioned for roles in the local theater. Somehow, he won the lead role in a locally produced drama, met a young Shakespearean actress, and fell in love. Her name was Elizabeth Marie Swanstrom. She was a fellow Swede, and she was fair, slender, and graceful. She wasn't famous anywhere but in the Swedish community, where everyone knew her theater work. Her solemn gaze stared out from posters that advertised her dramatic readings. "An evening of pathos and humor," read one of the signs. At first they might seem like an odd couple, this delicate, beautiful woman, and this man with all the spark of a bowl of oatmeal. But they had much in common. Both were small-towners in the big city, both children of Swedish immigrants, both fluent in their parents' native tongue, both active in the church and in Swedish social circles. And George E. Q. Johnson made up for his modesty with a soft-spoken passion that became apparent only to those who took the time to get to know him well. They married in 1906 and honeymooned in Colorado and Yellowstone National Park. Like Al Capone, George E.Q. Johnson came from a huge family, and yet wound up having only one child himself, a son. They named him George E.Q. Johnson, Jr., but they called him Gene. In 1914, Johnson ran for judge in the municipal court, but lost. In 1922, he was appointed a master in chancery, the same dreary job that Herman Melville gave to his fictional character Bartleby, a man who preferred not to engage with the world around him. As a master in chancery, Johnson processed paperwork that judges didn't have time to handle. He had his law practice, his church work, his choir practice, his neighborhood political work, his speeches before the Swedish National Association, and his behind-the-scenes support for his wife's community theater productions. If he yearned for more prestige, more action, more responsibility, he didn't say so publicly. Then, on Christmas Day, 1926, Johnson's name appeared on a short list of candidates to replace Chicago's U.S. Attorney, Edwin A. Olson. It was one of the toughest jobs in the city, and, given Chicago's corruption and high crime rates, one of the toughest law enforcement jobs in the country. As the chief federal law enforcement officer in northern Illinois, the U.S. Attorney served as the link between Chicago and Washington, D.C. It was a position appointed by none other than the President of the United States, Calvin Coolidge. The two other candidates were a clout-heavy judge and the assistant U.S. Attorney who had handled the pending indictment of Capone and his Cicero cronies. Johnson's name sent the city's reporters scrambling. Where did this guy come from? Who did he know? Was he corrupt? Corruptible? And what the hell did the Q stand for? Somewhere in his low-key social networking, Johnson had met and made a strong impression on U.S. Senator Charles S. Deneen. It was Deneen, a Republican and one of the most honest politicians in the state, who recommended Johnson to the Department of Justice. Maybe Deneen wanted a fellow Republican with no connections to the city's corrupt public officials. Maybe he wanted someone who would stand up to Robert Crow, the state's attorney, a publicity hound who loved to strike dramatic poses for the photographers and who had tried and failed so many times to stop Chicago's gangsters. Maybe it was enough, in the cesspool of corruption that was Chicago, that Johnson had practiced law for 30 years without attracting any attention or committing any crimes. "I come of Swedish farmer stock," Johnson once said, "and my bringing up made the thought of taking money when in office abhorrent. It merely had no attraction for me." While unexciting, Johnson was no milksop. He impressed those he met as fiercely principled. He may have looked like a poet, especially now in middle age, as his curly hair turned gray and he allowed the locks to hang a little lower around his gaunt face, but he was a fighter, too. Finding a man of such high morals in Chicago was a bit like finding a mature chestnut tree growing from the urban asphalt. The wonder wasn't really that it had grown, but that no one had ever cut it down. While the newsmen searched unsuccessfully for dirt, the U.S. Attorney General, John G. Sargent, sent letters from his office in Washington, D.C., asking a few of Chicago's most prominent lawyers and businessmen if they thought Johnson would be a good appointment. The Attorney General's cousin, Fred W. Sargent, president of the Northwestern Railroad Company, responded with a Western Union telegram that read, "Party mentioned excellent qualifications, fine character, and stands very high here among members of the Chicago Bar." The telegrams poured in with one glowing review after another from Chicago's leading businessmen and legal minds. A few weeks later, President Coolidge appointed Johnson to the job. When a reporter phoned Johnson to get his reaction, the only thing he managed to say was, "It's all a surprise to me." Upon taking office, Johnson delivered a speech remarkable for both its brevity and its modesty. "I come to this office with an open mind and with no policy to announce," he said. And that was all he said. If he had a plan for going after Capone, he wasn't telling anyone about it. Later, he would say that he preferred to let his indictments and convictions do the talking. If some aldermen, police captains, and other hacks tried to reach out to him and let him know that his meager $15,000 a year salary could be supplemented with under-the-table cash, Johnson was having none of it. He began keeping a scrapbook filled with stories about the Chicago underworld and recognized that the city's newspaper reporters were the best source, far better than the police, for the real dope on the gangs. As Johnson began to comprehend the complexity of the bootlegging business, he gained respect for Capone's skill, telling his son several times that he thought Capone could have been a success in a number of legitimate fields if he had chosen to go straight. Johnson wasn't angry about it. He wasn't consumed, just saddened that a decent mind had gone to waste. He pursued the gangster not out of obsession, but because it was his job. Capone and 78 others were already under indictment for bootlegging violations, part of the investigation launched by Johnson's immediate predecessor, Edwin A. Olson. It was up to Johnson now to bring them to trial. But two prominent federal judges were already criticizing the indictments, saying they were too broad. In pursuing so many small-time hoods, the judges said, court dockets would get congested and no one would ever go to jail. Already, Chicago's courts were hopelessly backlogged. The judges urged Johnson to drop the indictments and start over, focusing exclusively on the kingpins. At first, the new U.S. attorney had no comment. He said he needed time. Then, after a few weeks, he concluded that he had neither the funding nor the manpower to pursue the investigation of Capone and his men that had been launched by Olson. He decided to wait. And while he waited, his potential witnesses, the low-level grunts of the booze business who might be leaned on to testify against Capone, kept turning up dead. Chapter 11. Sorry about that, Jaime. Jaime Weiss kept an office at 738 North State, above Schofield's flower shop, where Dean O'Banion had been assassinated. From his desk, Weiss could follow the cars zigzagging along State Street, watch the flower shop's customers coming and going, smell the heady perfume of roses and lilacs, and see the priests and parishioners filing into and out of Holy Name Cathedral directly across the street. Next door to Weiss's office at 740 North State was a boarding house run by Anna Rotario. The place was no longer fashionable, but it was still a few years and a few dozen boarders away from decrepit. In the first week of October, as the leaves turned to ochre and the days grew noticeably shorter, a young man named Oscar London visited Mrs. Rotario and requested a room with a window facing State Street. Told that none was available, London offered to pay $20 a week instead of the usual $8. A room opened up. London settled in. By day, sunlight slanted through curtained windows, revealing the room's considerable shoddiness, its tarnished brass bed, its cheap oak dresser, its chipped dishes, its threadbare rug. But London, concerned only with vantage point, liked the room just fine. He informed the landlady that he worked odd hours and wished never to be disturbed. He also said his friends might be dropping by from time to time, and they, too, should be left alone. Mrs. Rotario knew better than to ask questions. That same day, a beautiful blonde-haired woman who gave her name as Mrs. Theodore Schultz rented a third-floor room in a boarding house across the street. After securing the room, her job was done, and she never returned. With the two rooms, the one on State and the other on Superior, it was possible to maintain a perfect surveillance of Schofield's flower shop. Meanwhile, downtown, preparation was underway for the trial of Joe Saltis and his associate Frank Consul, the gangsters accused of killing John Mitters Foley in daylight and before several eyewitnesses. It was shaping up to be a doozy. Attorneys for the government said they had an unbeatable case, with at least 3 upstanding Chicago citizens set to testify that they saw Saltis and Consul commit the crime. Yet Saltis and Consul were hardly ready to plead guilty. A few weeks before the trial, several members of their gang robbed a mail train in Evergreen Park, escaping with $135,000. Police said the job was pulled so there would be enough cash on hand to pay Saltis's attorneys and to hand out bribes as the need arose. Not more than 2 weeks after the train robbery, Saltis got his first break. 2 of the prosecution's key witnesses disappeared, and the Tribune reported that several other witnesses in the case had been approached by Saltis's agents. Prosecutors were forced to ask the court for a postponement. When jury selection finally began on October 6, 1926, there were other, bigger headlines in that morning's paper. President Coolidge said he saw no need to campaign for his fellow Republicans in the upcoming elections because the nation's prosperity spoke for itself. The St. Louis Cardinals shut out Babe Ruth and the rest of the New York Yankees in the 3rd game of the 1926 World Series. Benito Mussolini told a huge crowd in Italy that he was looking for a fight and wouldn't quit looking until Italy's fascists dominated all of the Mediterranean. But in Chicago, the Saltis Consul trial was the story everyone talked about. The Tribune marveled that a gang leader was actually going to face justice, calling it something new, something novel, something perhaps marking a new era. During the jury selection process, Saltis, appearing confident and calm, sat beside his lawyers. He was built like a butcher, with hands big as rump roasts, but he was dressed for court like a banker, in a dark gray suit with a blue silk shirt, his massive neck handsomely fettered in a crisp white collar. When the newspaper photographers pointed their big cameras at him, he turned and grinned with the elan of a leading man. Only his mouth, where a wormy mustache slunk over his twitchy lips and crooked, nicotine-stained teeth, hinted at his true character. The city's top police officials showed up, declaring this the most important courtroom showdown Chicago had seen in years, and predicting that a pair of convictions and stiff sentences would send the rest of the city's big bootleggers into permanent retirement. The Trib called it a case of the utmost importance, and added that the conviction of Saltis would do more to destroy the power of gangsters than any other case. 20 police officers were assigned to security, guarding not just the courthouse, but also the hotel where jurors would be sequestered. But finding jurors proved more difficult than usual. Some of the citizens called for duty seemed hesitant to serve. An unusually large number of them suddenly developed moral and ethical objections to the death penalty, which was being mentioned by emboldened prosecutors as a distinct possibility for Saltis and Consul. Meanwhile, back in the South Side neighborhoods where Saltis controlled much of the beer traffic, bombs exploded inside 2 businesses identified with a wink-wink in the press as soft drink parlors. Police said the bombs were delivered to punish those business owners who had refused to contribute to the Saltis Defense Fund. "No such thing," said W. O'Brien, Saltis's attorney, denying the existence of a defense fund in a newspaper interview. O'Brien was another great Chicago character. He was a dapper man with a high forehead, bushy eyebrows, and dark, mournful eyes. In 1911, while working as a young prosecutor, he he had decided to moonlight a bit and used his spare time to defend a couple of pickpockets, or dips, as they were sometimes referred to. It took a certain amount of gall, of course, for a prosecutor to moonlight as a defense attorney, but O'Brien's next move took even more. He offered his opposing counsel a bribe to drop the case. He nearly lost his law license for that one. Soon afterward, perhaps recognizing his natural proclivities, he left the prosecutor's office and devoted himself full-time to criminal defense work. In 1921, O'Brien was shot in a saloon and refused to tell police who did it or why, which proved to be a brilliant career move. After that, every gangster in Chicago recognized a kindred spirit who kept his mouth shut around the coppers. O'Brien became the go-to guy for many of the city's biggest miscreants. The day after the soft drink parlor bombings, someone crept along a window ledge and into the office of the prosecutors working on the Soltis case. Several filing cabinets were disturbed. In all likelihood, it was O'Brien up to his tricks again. But the cops were beginning to suspect that he had help. None other than Jaime Weiss, the beer king of the North Side and Capone's peskiest rival, was seen milling around the courthouse that week and conferring with Soltis and his attorneys. Police speculated that Weiss wanted Soltis free so the two gangsters might combine forces in the war against Capone. Some said that the Capone organization was already doing more than $100 million a year in business, most of it in bootlegging and gambling. That number was wildly inflated. Still, since Capone already had the infrastructure in place, the trucks, the distilleries, the cops, the judges, he was probably eager to gobble up Soltis's turf. Weiss wanted to make sure that Capone continued to face solid competition on at least two fronts, the North and the South sides, in case he had any ideas about extending his reach. If Soltis went to jail, his turf would most likely fall into the hands of Capone. Jury selection was finally completed on a warm, gray October 11th, 1926, with a strong wind and cold air blowing in from across the plains. At about 3:30 that afternoon, O'Brien left the courthouse for a meeting north of the river with Jaime Weiss. That morning, O'Brien had put on his trademark red tie, which was said to bring his clients good luck. One of his investigators, a part-time bootlegger named Benjamin Buddy Jacobs, gave his boss a lift uptown. They parked on State Street, just south of Holy Name Cathedral, less than half a block from Schofield's flower shop. Arriving at the same time by a Cadillac was Weiss, his driver, Sammy Peller, a.k.a. Sam Pine, and one of the Northside Gang's supporting players, a bootlegger named Paddy Murray. Weiss wore a three-piece suit with a striped tie. A newsboy cap sat shapelessly atop his head. In his pockets, he had $5,300 in cash, along with a set of rosary beads and a complete list of the jurors selected in the Soltis case. His shoulder holster held a .45 automatic. The five men stepped from their cars and began crossing State Street, stepping over the trolley tracks as traffic weaved around them. They all appeared headed toward Schofield's, with its striped awning and its simple neon flowers sign. Halloween pumpkins and floral arrangements in red, yellow, and orange decorated the shop's window. The men had not quite reached the sidewalk when machine-gun bullets ripped from the second-story window of Mrs. Rotariu's boarding house. Bullets pinged everywhere. The screams of terrified pedestrians pierced the air. Shoes scraped the concrete as people dashed for cover. Car engines roared and vehicles slalomed haphazardly as their drivers maneuvered to avoid human bodies slumping heavily to the ground. Clouds of gray-black smoke and the smells of gunpowder and spilled blood hung in the air. The machine-gun fire kept coming. Sammy Peller took a searing bullet in the groin, and Buddy Jacobs had his tendons and hamstrings snapped and frayed by one in the leg. O'Brien took 4. the first one in the right arm, then 3 in the side and stomach, until he lay flat on the sidewalk, eyes and mouth open wide, panting like a racehorse. Somehow, after a few moments, he managed to get up and clamber into a nearby building. Paddy Murray got hit 7 or 8 times, mostly in the head and torso, and never rose again. But it was Weiss, the apparent target of the attack, who absorbed the greatest damage, 12 bullets in all. Blackish blood spewed from his mouth, splashing over his face, as if he had coughed up a bottle of ink. He lay splayed on his back, legs kicked out at unnatural angles from his large frame. There had been so much gunfire that at first no one knew quite where it had come from. Everyone at the corner of Superior and State seemed to be pulling guns and firing. Bullets pocked the street and sidewalk and obliterated much of the inscription on the cornerstone of Holy Name Cathedral, which had previously read A.D. 1874, "At the name of Jesus every knee should bow, those that are in heaven and those on earth." When it was over, the machine gunners ran down the back stairs of their boarding houses. One ditched a piping hot Tommy in the alley. They were neither seen nor heard from again. A short time later, out in Cicero, reporters found Capone dressed in shirt-sleeves and relaxing at the Hawthorne Inn. Police had already declared that they saw no point in arresting the big fellow. Though they suspected that the machine gunners had been imported and put to work at his behest to eliminate Weiss, they couldn't prove it. Capone expressed surprise that anyone would plug his old friend. "I'm sorry Weiss was killed," he said, "but I didn't have anything to do with it. I telephoned the detective bureau I'd come in if they wanted me, and they told me they didn't want me. I knew I'd be blamed for it." 2 days later, Capone sat for a more extensive interview with a newspaperman from the Evening American. Yet again he tried to portray himself as a peace-seeking man of reason. "I don't want to die," he said. "Especially, I don't want to die in the street, punctured with machine-gun bullets. That's the reason I've asked for peace." The newsman who visited Capone at the Hawthorne described him as a sentimental figure. "I've got a boy," Capone said. "I love that kid." Others who interviewed Capone over the years, from newspapermen to psychologists and psychiatrists, found the same. A personable man, a man who seemed genuinely concerned for and fairly involved with his family, a man who seemed to have successfully differentiated his working life and his emotional life. Either he was a good actor, or else he really did have a human side. In this interview, at least, he scored a public relations coup. He admitted he was in the beer business, admitted that Johnny Torrio gave him his start in the racket, admitted that the trouble started when rival gang members started feeling chesty, admitted that he and Torrio knew precisely who had fired the shots into Torrio's face, admitted that he was angry about the drive-by assault on his hotel, and admitted that he tried to tell his old pal Weiss that there was business enough for all of us without killing. But alas, said Capone, Jaime didn't listen. It might have sounded like an admission of guilt from Capone. At the very least, it served to remind everyone that Capone had a motive. Now, with Weiss lying in the morgue, his face contorted in a ghoulish grin, and with the newspapers tallying 60 gang killings so far for 1926, Capone yet again called for calm. He must have known that the violence would not stop simply because Weiss had been eliminated. But it was not yet clear which, if any, of these surviving North Side men would emerge as his next serious contender. Reporters were guessing it would be Bugs Moran, who was bolder than Weiss, but neither as smart nor as smooth. Others were betting on schemer Drucci, even though Drucci was nobody's idea of a genius. Drucci did his best thinking with a gun. In any case, one thing was clear. As his rivals fell one by one, Capone kept rising, his empire expanding, his fame spreading. A few days after the hit on Weiss, Drucci and a couple of his men were taking in a football game at Wrigley Field, which had changed its name from Cubs Park earlier that year. It was two Chicago teams, Bears versus Cardinals. Drucci and his colleagues had terrific seats, as befitting men who carried pistols. At one point, when they stood to celebrate a score by the Bears' superstar quarterback, Paddy Driscoll, police moved in and collared them. They were taken downtown, where they were charged with possession of weapons and questioned about the ambush of Weiss. Drucci, of course, said he knew nothing about it. In fact, he said he knew nothing of the bootlegging business. "I'm a real estate man," he said, straight-faced, "with offices in the First National Bank building. You can come and see me any time." He was promptly released. Soon after, Capone, Drucci, and Moran agreed to hold another peace summit. This time, Capone appeared in person, without a bodyguard. When it was over, Capone announced that he would confine his business to Cicero, the nearby town of Stickney, and Chicago's West Side. Drucci and Moran agreed to stick to the north side of Chicago. The south side would be divided between Ralph Sheldon, a Capone man, and Joe Saltis. Each gang would bear responsibility for manufacturing, importing, and distributing its own products. Small bands of bootleggers would be allowed to operate within the larger territories as long as they didn't push their luck. And if one gang received an order to cater a wedding or banquet in another's territory, it would decline the order and make a referral to the appropriate organization. Any conflicts would be settled by a board of semi-independent arbiters. Malicious gossip passed from one gang to another by meddlesome cops would be disregarded, and leaders of the gangs would be held personally responsible for any violations of the pact. With the announcement, Capone checked out of the Hawthorne Inn and repaired to the family home on South Prairie. He declared the dawn of a new era. "Gangland killings have come to an end in Chicago," he proudly announced in another long interview, this time with the Herald and Examiner. "A treaty of peace between our fellows and the North Side Combination was signed at midnight in a Loop Hotel. Now, for the first time in 2 years, I will sleep without a gun under my pillow. I believe it's peace to stay. I know I won't break it, and I don't think they will. I feel like a kid. I'm so happy." Capone said the first thing he did was call his wife and tell her the news. Perhaps he had been henpecked recently for not spending much time at home or for not paying enough attention to his son. He didn't say, but did comment that he planned to head straight home now that it was safe to do so. Right after, he joined his pals for a couple of celebratory beers. "I didn't want to die," he continued. "I told them I didn't want them to die either. I had sent that word to them many times before Jaime died. They thought I was kidding. But when they saw in the Herald and Examiner that I said the same thing for publication, they sent word to me that they wanted to talk things over. That was Monday night. I went there alone. They were 3-1, but I figured they were on the square, so I went in. And finally, we were all talking at once and smiling and remembering the old days when we were all in one mob and happy. And after 2 hours, we all shook hands and made up. And when I came home, I rode alone. That's something I haven't done in 2 years. When I used to go out in my car, it looked like a funeral. It had to look like that, so it wouldn't be one. But tonight, I rode alone, and I was like a guy all of a sudden let out of prison. I don't want to talk foolish, but the air was different. I wasn't thinking that any minute I'd get a machine gun in my face, and it felt great. I'm going home to my wife and kid happier than I've been for a long time. It isn't only that I'm glad I'm safe. Now, I can look at my family and not think that any day they may be called on the phone and told I've been shot. It's a great feeling, and I guess the other fellows have it too. They were grinning like kids when we shook hands and separated. Our fight was never over business. It was all bad feeling between one man and another. And now we're going to forget all these old grudges and start over. I haven't any business on the north side, and they haven't any in Cicero. They'll stay in their backyard, and I'll stay in mine. If anything ever should come up that makes us mad, we're going to call each other on the phone and make a date to talk it over. That's our bargain, and I'm going to stick to it. Chapter 12. A Smile and a Gun. Capone and his men were just beginning to give Chicagoans evidence of the strange double standards that would define the glory years of gangstering. As the organization grew bigger and more established, their crimes became more blatant. But the criminality became so widely accepted that it was glamorized at times. Corruption and violence were rampant, and the men behind it became heroes. They were cold-blooded and greedy, but in their willingness to boldly break rules that others broke only on the sly, they earned the public's fascination. "We're big business without high hats," the late Dean O'Banion once said, which summed up nicely why such men would gain widespread admiration. But Capone offered the quotation that best captured the essence of the gangster life, saying, "You can get a lot farther with a smile and a gun than you can get with just a smile." It's not clear when he made the remark, or even if he made it. It could have been invented by an enterprising journalist. Still, it captures Capone's career to this point. He had ambition, he had flair, he had a rebellious streak wider than the American continent, and he had a gun. The gangsters were entrepreneurial, rebellious, and competitive, solid American traits. If they tended to go too far at times, that only added to their mystique. The social worker Jane Addams worried that teenagers were tremendously aroused by the bootleg and hijacking situation. When Capone's bulletproof car was spotted in Chicago, "There goes Al," would fly from lip to lip, wrote Fred Paisley in his 1930 biography of Capone, and pedestrians would crowd the sidewalk, craning necks as eagerly as for a circus parade. In the early months of 1927, the sound of machine guns all but disappeared from the city. The peace treaty was holding. The effect on the culture was subtle enough, at least for a little while, that no one noticed. It was as if the winds off the lake had gone from a howl to a whisper. Capone was so firmly convinced of the treaty's sanctity that he deemed it safe to transfer his headquarters permanently from Cicero to Chicago, taking a suite at the Metropole Hotel. The Metropole was not to be confused with the stately Sherman or the glamorous Palmer House. The Metropole was 7 stories tall, standing plainly at the corner of South Michigan Avenue and 23rd Street in the heart of Automobile Row. A huge American flag fluttered from the hotel's roof. The hotel's nicest touch, which wasn't saying all that much, was a first-floor sundeck where guests could sit in rocking chairs and look at the side of a church. The Metropole tended to attract traveling shoe salesmen and farmers making the infrequent drive to the big city to trade their old vehicles for new ones. It hosted Kiwanis Club meetings. It was the sort of place where retired men in casual clothes could sit in the lobby chewing toothpicks and talking about the White Sox's latest failures. For Capone, it was conveniently close to his house on South Prairie Avenue and central to most of his business interests. One day, a reporter dropped by the Metropole to see if he could get his questions answered. Capone obliged. The reporter stated that the new chief of the Illinois Highway Police, Michael Go-Get-'em Hughes, had been bragging to reporters about how he had driven Capone out of Cicero. Capone got a laugh out of that. "Nobody drove me out of Cicero," he said. "Least of all, Mike Hughes. Does he think he throws that long a shadow before him? I have merely transferred my headquarters. I found that my business took in a bigger area than it used to, and I needed a central headquarters. That's why I moved to this hotel, which, as you can see for yourself, is well within the boundaries of Cook County. Can you blame me for getting mad at these guys using me for glory? Why, I never met Hughes, and I never even had a telephone call from him." The reporter asked him to respond to rumors that police pressure could soon force Capone to quit and flee for Europe. "I'm not leaving Chicago," he said. "I'm a businessman, and I've got plenty to keep me here. I'm staying in Chicago, that is, unless Mr. Hughes decides to chase me out like he chased me out of Cicero." Capone seemed to be enjoying his return to Chicago and the calm that accompanied it. On one mild afternoon in January 1927, a reporter knocked at the door of Capone's house on South Prairie Avenue and found the gangster dressed in nothing but a pink apron, silk and wool underwear, and a pair of bedroom slippers. He held a pan of spaghetti in one hand. The fact that he appeared to be mortal, "He cooks, he eats," was enough to make headlines. If Capone adjusted easily to the lull in violence, some of the city's cops did not. John Steig, the chief of detectives, found himself uncomfortably out of the headlines. Steig was an honest man, pudgy and harmless-looking. His eyes were framed by thick, round glasses. But even honest men have egos. When the gangsters were clashing, Steig always knew that he could summon the press to his office, wave around a seized machine gun or shotgun, and get his picture in the next day's papers, thus reminding the good citizens of Chicago that he was on the job. That he seldom made an arrest mattered little. Chicagoans wanted to read about the crimes, not the arrests. So while Steig might have used his free time in the early days of 1927 to gather evidence against bootleggers and gamblers, he chose a different tactic. He took up freelance journalism while keeping his job with the police department. The newspapers got crime stories. Steig was once more covered in ink, and Capone could sit back and watch his legend grow. "More than 50 murderers are roaming the streets of Chicago," wrote Steig in the first of his 10 articles for the Herald and Examiner, accompanied by a photograph of himself cradling a Tommy gun. Steig opened with a challenge to Chicagoans, urging them not to become complacent, not to make the excuse that most of the city's homicides were tolerable because they were gangster-on-gangster crimes. If anything, he said, the citizenry should be more enraged by these crimes. "The killer of yesteryear was one who slew first of all in the heat of passion or under desperate stress of personal risk, and in either case the hand of every decent man was turned against him. Consider our present-day murderers. Are they affected by conscience? It is to laugh. Instead of seeking concealment, they flaunt their badness, boast of their bloody conquests, jeer at the widows of their victims, scoff at the suggestion of retributive justice." He went on to complain that these rich, selfish, and ignorant criminals had attained czar-like power, allowing them to buy or shoot their way out of almost any mess. Then he offered a stunning admission. "Is it strange that we of the police department, who honestly are actuated by a sense of duty, prefer to kill the killers rather than to subject them to a mockery of jury trial?" He bragged of the number of gangsters killed by cops. "In 1924, we killed 36. In 1925, the number killed was 61, and last year we shot 52 to death." Even in this period of tranquility, engendered by Capone's peace conference with the Northsiders, there was still an occasional gangland killing. Hilary "Hitty" Clements, a beer seller, was beaten, shot 3 times in the head, and dumped beside a deserted cottage on West 60th Street, where his corpse turned to blood-caked ice. Joe Saltis was a prime suspect, but even Capone came out in defense of his rival. "Clements' death won't affect our peace treaty with the North Side crowd in any way," he said. "Clements was not a member of our crowd. He was not killed in any outbreak of hostilities at all. A fellow like him might have a lot of enemies in a lot of places, and I don't believe he was killed by Saltis or any other fellow that is in our peace treaty." For now, Capone could afford to protect rivals such as Saltis. Business was booming, and just as he had promised, there was money enough to go around. The Capone outfit began to take on an increasing air of professionalism. The big fellow expected the men who worked for him to conform to certain standards. For one thing, he wanted them to dress well. The typical uniform included a pearl-gray felt hat with a black band, a dark, double-breasted suit, white shirt, striped tie, and spats. Fred Paisley, Capone's first biographer, wrote in 1930, "The picture of a furtive, sallow-faced creature with cap with pulled-down visor and cigarette dripping from listless lip gives way to that of an upstanding, square-shouldered fellow in his teens or 20s, keen-eyed, ruddy-cheeked, a smart dresser with a flair for diamonds and blondes, always occupying choice seats at prize fights, wrestling matches, football and baseball games, the racetrack, and the theater, knowing the nightclub head waiters and receiving their deferential ministrations." At the Metropole, Capone set up a gymnasium with punching bags, horizontal bars, trapezes, rowing machines, and more, and expected his employees to use the equipment. It was yet another example of Capone's progressive thinking. He understood that employees who took the time to fortify their bodies and mind would be more efficient killers. Chapter 13. The Grinder. While Capone was getting comfortable in his new digs at the Metropole and enjoying the most peaceful period in his still young career, George Johnson, the man appointed by President Coolidge to destroy Chicago's gangs and bring an end to bootlegging, continued to do just what he had promised. Nothing. On April 10, 1927, the Tribune reported, "No important criminal cases in the federal court will be called for trial until next fall, according to an announcement made yesterday by United States District Attorney George E.Q. Johnson. Shortage of funds and vacations will prevent trial of this class of cases unless an emergency arises," Mr. Johnson said. It wasn't that Johnson didn't care. In fact, he had developed a complete abhorrence for the men referred to in the newspapers as crime kings, beer barons, and leaders in the Alki aristocracy. The thought of them made him physically sick at times, he said, and when he spoke of them, his face sometimes puckered as if a gust from the stockyards had blown his way. Johnson feared that gullible Chicagoans, and particularly new immigrants, had been duped into believing that these men were brilliant emblems of success, and that their career paths ought to be emulated. "The cause is slack thinking on the part of the entire public," he said. "Politically, socially, and economically, we have been groping. Slack thinking on the part of citizens leads to slack conduct on the part of officials. And Chicago was so rife with slack thinking," he continued, "that it had earned a reputation as a wide-open town where the law was a joke, where politicians and gangsters worked from the same agenda, where morals and ethics had lost all meaning." Still, for the time being, Johnson did nothing. Maybe he thought that if he waited long enough, the violence would resume and the gangsters would eliminate themselves. Perhaps, though, he was simply taking his time to learn which attorneys in his office were trustworthy, which cases on the court's bloated docket were worth pursuing, and which charges were most likely to stick. "Yes, George E.Q. is slower than the Second Coming," U.S. Senator Charles Deneen once said. "But he grinds and grinds and grinds all the time." Johnson's immediate predecessor had indicted every whiskey-breathed outlaw in sight during his final months in office. But with an annual budget of just $90,000, equivalent to about $1 million, Johnson couldn't try them all, and he seemed less than eager to clog the courts with cases he hadn't developed himself and wasn't certain he could win. The most pressing case on his desk was not the one involving Capone. The U.S. Attorney's first concern was Chicago Heights, an industrial suburb 23 miles south of downtown Chicago and 6 miles from the Indiana border. Johnson's preoccupation with Chicago Heights would prove fortunate for Capone. Johnson had no idea when he began his investigation what a mess he'd find in the Heights, and while he no doubt had entered the investigation hoping it would lead him toward Capone, he would wind up with almost nothing to show for his efforts. The founders of Chicago Heights designed their town in the hopes of attracting big industry, knowing that workers would follow. Inland Steel built the plant, and the famous architect Louis Sullivan constructed an impressive hotel, the Victoria. Within a couple of decades, the place was packed with immigrants in search of jobs, the largest contingent of them Italian. With the onset of Prohibition, 3 major gang factions developed. As usual, businessmen with transferable skills rushed to take advantage of the whopping profits. The Costellos, Sam, Nick, and Tony, had a confection business. That meant they already had warehouses, trucks, drivers, and strong connections to the area's soda shops and drugstores. They transformed easily into a booze-dealing outfit. Another gang formed around a former alderman named Antonino Tony Sanfilippo, pool room operator Joe Martino, and nightclub operators Phil Piazza and Jim Lamberta. Theirs was the more established outfit, with the strongest ties to the powerful Italian-American community organization Unione Siciliana and to Capone. The third gang was run by Dominic Roberto, a Capone friend and the husband of Rio Burke, a popular nightclub singer who, in her prime, had entertained at Colosimos, and Jimmy Emery, who also was pals with Capone. Roberto and Emery, both natives of Italy, both ostensibly grocers, were less experienced than some of their competitors, but no less ambitious. It didn't take long for the Heights gang with the strongest Capone connections to emerge as the mightiest. Sanfilippo and Piazza grew so powerful, in fact, that even some of their rivals opted to pay them for protection. But Sanfilippo was killed, shot 4 times in the back of the head. Piazza continued taking money from local businesses for protection, but he didn't do much protecting, and soon the whole system collapsed. The Roberto Emery faction formed an alliance with the Costellos, and the newly allied gangs turned to Capone, asking him to abandon Piazza and support their cause instead. While all this was developing, the feds launched a huge raid on Chicago Heights, hitting the Milano Cafe on 16th Street. The Milano was Phil Piazza's place. When it opened in 1924, State's Attorney Robert Crow was among the guests spotted in attendance. An electric sign in the shape of a peacock flickered in the window as an indication of when the joint was open for business, which was almost always. The raiders struck at midnight on a busy Saturday in June, nabbing some of the town's most prominent citizens and shutting down what they claimed was the state's biggest still. Piazza was not around at the time of the raid, but Alfred Jake Lingle was there. Lingle was a leg man for the Tribune. He never got the bylines, he got the news. The phone would ring in the middle of the night, or at the crack of dawn, or in the middle of the afternoon, and an editor would tell Lingle to get to the scene of a drive-by, or a fire, or a murder-suicide, or a distillery raid. Lingle would grab his fedora, his pen, and a pocketful of coins for the payphone and jump in his car. No matter the time of day or night, he'd arrive looking like he just rolled out of bed and grabbed someone else's clothes by mistake. Once on the scene, he'd phone the city desk and talk to a rewrite man who would shape Lingle's words into a story, yank it from the typewriter, and hand it to a copy boy. Lingle was one of the city's great news hounds, a man with 1,000 friends. He knew more cops than the chief of police and more gangsters than Capone, and he got along nicely with folks on both sides of the law. Everyone understood Lingle's complicated arrangements, and no one griped about it because Lingle was on the square, or so it seemed. But on the night of the raid and the shutdown of the Milano in the Heights, Lingle wasn't working. He and 2 of his co-workers and a couple of women were out for a night of fun. When the feds came in the front door of the Milano, Lingle and his pals went out the back, taking with them 20 gallons of alcohol, 6 bottles of vermouth, 2 bottles of scotch, 13 table shades, 4 boxes of bath salts, 1 linen tablecloth, 1 apron, a pair of fur mittens, a silk shirt and collar, and a dozen wine glasses. Their car's springs bent almost to the axles by the weight of their larcenous load. Were Lingle and his friends tipped that the raid was coming? Given that it must have taken time to assemble such a collection of goods, it would seem likely. But if the feds were complicit in Lingle's theft, the Chicago Heights police were not. As the newsmen rumbled off in their car full of stolen goods, one of the local coppers stopped them and took them to jail. The case had been assigned to Assistant State's Attorney William McSwiggan. In no hurry to prosecute, he requested several continuances. When McSwiggan was assassinated a month later, the case was forgotten. 3 months later, the Milano was back in business while more than a dozen Chicago Heights bootleggers awaited trial. Bootlegging trials were rare in Chicago, but when they did come around, the city's gangsters were not happy. They didn't want to see their peers cutting deals and blabbing to the feds, nor did they want to see their peers taking the witness stand and testifying in court to what they knew. Better knocked off than singing like a canary. That's why so many gangsters who survived for years on the street tended to die soon after falling into the custody of the authorities. Omerta could be counted on to keep some men quiet. Others required silencing. Victor Humpy DeFrank was first to die, shot in the head while driving down State Street early one morning, followed by Jimmy Lamberta, who was blasted through by a sawed-off shotgun while drinking at the Derby Inn, a schlocky gangster hangout, followed by Phil Piazza, owner of the Milano, who was coming out of the club when a bullet caught him in the neck and continued upward into his brain, followed by Joe Salvo, Lamberta's nephew, who was shot 4 times in the side by a gunman who fired from a moving car at the corner of 14th and Arnold Streets, followed by Joe Catando, whose link to the other men was unclear to police, but who nonetheless was deemed connected somehow, and who took a swarm of bullets to the arms and head while he was listening to records at a party, followed by Tony the Cavalier Spano, a part-time bootlegger and part-time hitman who lost a one-sided gun battle, opposition unknown, in broad daylight on Chicago's North Side, followed by one of Spano's associates, Frank Capello, who was shot so many times in the back of the head that his skull collapsed in a stew of bone and fluid, followed by Antonio De Stefano Pellegrino, who was strangled with a rope, soaked in alcohol, set aflame, and dumped in a ditch on Cottage Grove Avenue alongside an onion field. These murders, all occurring within 4 months of one another, sickened and disgusted George Johnson, who had never before led a criminal investigation. Johnson recognized that he was a long way from Chancery Court, where the most violent act was the thump of a rubber stamp. Every one of his potential witnesses and informers was turning up on a slab. His case was going cold before his eyes, and Capone could say he had nothing to do with any of it. When Capone had announced the new spirit of cooperation in the fall of 1926, a few journalists had noted that one pocket of the city would be particularly susceptible to flare-ups in violence: the Southwest Territories, controlled by Pollock Joe Saltus and his men. Saltus at the time had been busy defending himself against charges of murdering beer runner John Mitters Foley, and could not be brought to the table. Saltus faced 2 trials for the Foley murder and walked away from both of them. But by the time his legal affairs were wrapped up, his business enterprise was falling apart. One of Capone's allies, Ralph Sheldon, had been creeping into Saltus's territory. Other small-time operators probably had the same idea, but Saltus wasn't going to let that happen. "We're down," said Frank Lefty Consul, a top aide to Saltus, assessing the state of business in an interview in early March. "We're broke, but we won't stay that way. We're going to get back what we used to have. We won't be pushed around any more. And if anybody gets in the way, we'll take care of him." Capone and his men were not involved in all this tough talk, but it was only a matter of time before they got into it. Gang fighting, like fireworks, had a way of shooting sparks in all directions. On the evening of March 11th, 1927, Consul and one of his men, Charles Big Hayes Rubeck, were driving through their territory in a long black Cadillac, visiting the saloon owners who had recently switched suppliers. They were trying to pressure them to come back to Saltus. Consul was at the wheel. At about 11:45, a night watchman at a piano factory spotted Consul's car fishtailing around the corner of 39th and Ashland, another sedan giving chase. Soon the 2 cars were side by side. That's when the night watchman saw a blaze of orange fire and heard a rapid flurry of gunshots, probably from a Tommy. Consul and Rubeck stopped their car, got out, and started running uphill toward a set of railroad tracks. Their pursuers followed on foot as well, shooting as they ran. Consul and Rubeck returned fire without looking where they were shooting, still scrambling to find cover. Sharp reports from pistols and shotguns rang out again. Rubeck didn't make it to the tracks. He was cut down by a volley of bullets to the spine, ripping apart his nervous system one instant before killing him. Consul somehow staggered on, reaching the crest of a small hill, his bloodied suit of clothes lit by the headlamp of a switching engine half a block to the north. He staggered across the tracks and angled his wounded body through thick grass toward the shelter of the C.G. Spring and Bumper Company on 38th. He fell raggedly, panting and perspiring as he tried to reload his gun. Consul managed to get on his feet again, but that was as far as he got. Another bullet caught him. Down he went, and down he stayed. When the undertaker counted later that same night, he found 6 bullets in Consul's back and 1 behind his left ear. While the cops and rum runners were gunning it out in Chicago and the feds were trying to build a case against a bunch of small fries from Chicago Heights, Capone was vacationing in Hot Springs, Arkansas, with not a worry in the world beyond his crummy gambling skills. He was spotted in Arkansas by reporters as he tossed chips around in a casino and played golf with his former Northside rival, schemer Drucci. One night at the tables in Hot Springs, Capone reportedly lost $50,000. The next night, he dropped $58,000. Only one problem. After losing the first $50,000, he had run out of cash. So he wrote an IOU for $58,000 and handed it to the casino's croupier. "I've gone broke here," he said, "but you know your money's as good as in your pocket. When I get it, I'll send it to you. What could be fairer than that?" The bookmaker perhaps unaware of Capone's power, or believing that the crime boss's power extended only in and around Chicago, had a pretty good idea what could be fairer than that: cash. The next day he gathered his friends, hopped in a car, and went looking for Capone. They spotted him on the road and pulled up alongside his car. Capone, who had seen enough drive-by shootings to be justifiably panicked, opened the door of the moving sedan, jumped out, and tumbled down a 100-foot hill. He was shaken, but not hurt. The next day, after one more round of golf, he boarded a train to Chicago. Chapter 14. The Better Element. Mayor William E. Deaver couldn't catch a break. Though his administration had shut down thousands of speakeasies and destroyed hundreds of distilleries, it hardly mattered. Getting a nip of the sauce in Chicago was as easy as getting a book from the library. Maybe easier. Even when murder rates dipped from 1925 to 1926, down from 394 to 356, the newspapers gave the mayor and his police department no credit whatsoever. They said it was probably thanks to Capone and his ceasefire. Deaver loved the job's ceremony. He loved welcoming foreign dignitaries, cutting ribbons, making speeches, handing out keys to the city, attending grand openings, posing for photographs, putting on 10-gallon hats when cowboy actors came to town, and talking business over golf with the city's moguls. But Chicago was hopeless, he had decided, and running the place was a thankless job. He was a big, sturdily built man, Irish Catholic, with a thick head of iron-colored hair and a mustache to match. He was 65 now, and the job felt like a burden. Deaver's meaty frame seemed to sag. The gleam in his eyes vanished behind drooping lids. He tired easily. He preferred to spend his evenings at home, where he would roll up his shirt sleeves, smoke a cigar, and read pulp fiction. His wife Kate would serve him breakfast and give him the rundown on current events in the morning papers, but politics bored him. Playing the games required to get reelected held little appeal. He was tired, too, of being forced to defend prohibition. He liked the drink as much as the next man. Civic leaders urged Deaver to run for one more term. If his efforts had not remade the city, at least he had tried. At least the rest of the world could see that some of the people in Chicago cared. And if he hadn't succeeded in destroying the city's criminal organizations, at least he hadn't been corrupted by them. He had managed to harass the outlaws a little bit. "You have redeemed the city, Mr. Mayor, from the effects of the terrible ravages it underwent for 8 years," said Julius Rosenwald, a philanthropist and part owner of Sears Roebuck and Company, referring to the 8-year administration of Deaver's immediate predecessor, Big Bill Thompson. "Chicago faces a tremendous political crisis. You're the one man to save the day." There was a good reason why Rosenwald made reference to Thompson. He knew that Big Bill was thinking about trying to recapture the mayor's office. To the city's reformers, Thompson's return would be nothing short of a disaster. It would mean a complete surrender to the forces of greed and vice. It would deal a devastating blow to the city's sullied image. It would make a mockery of everything the reformers had fought for during Deaver's administration. Deaver relented. He agreed to run again. The mention of Thompson's possible candidacy set gangland buzzing, as if the democratic process had not been good enough to the gangsters already, giving them the great gift of prohibition and allowing this tragically flawed and thoroughly unenforceable law to stay in place for 6 years and counting. The possible return of Thompson seemed almost too good to be true. After his vacation in Hot Springs, Capone returned for the campaign season, intending to do everything he could to help his candidate. Since leaving office in 1923, Thompson had not exactly draped himself in glory. He had lost a bid for the U.S. Senate and made national news with a series of bizarre and ridiculous publicity stunts. For example, he debated a pair of caged rats in a political rally at the Court Theater and arranged a short-lived expedition to the South Seas to hunt tree-climbing fish. No matter. With all those stunts and misadventures, Thompson had managed to keep his name before the public during his absence from office, and now he believed he had the perfect issues on which to build his campaign for re-election. He would attack Deaver for invading the privacy of ordinary Chicagoans in his pursuit of bootleggers and moonshiners. Thompson was able to make this allegation because Deaver had ordered his police chief to make arrests anywhere and everywhere. Because it wasn't easy to arrest well-protected gang leaders such as Capone, and because it was even more difficult to convict them, the cops took to making easy busts, invading homes and arresting the citizens found there for possession of small amounts of alcohol. Gradually, in the minds of many Chicagoans, the police had become the enemy. Law-abiding citizens had come to feel imposed upon. They accused the government of sticking its nose where it didn't belong. So strong were the sentiments that when a tall, slender hoodlum named Martin Durkin killed a police officer, fled, and avoided capture for several months, Chicagoans cheered. When Durkin was finally arrested and brought back to the city, crowds greeted him so warmly that Mayor Deaver banned the showing of the newsreel films depicting the event. Thompson promised to do things differently. In announcing his campaign for re-election, he vowed to represent the people, not the police, and said he would fire any cop caught crossing the threshold of a man's home or place of business. He also promised to reopen the businesses Deaver had shut down and open 10,000 new ones. Thompson did not specifically say those businesses would be speakeasies, but he didn't have to. Capone and everyone else knew that speakeasies were the only businesses Deaver had shut down. Thompson's opponents in the Democratic primary were Thompson's former protege, Fred London, and Edward Litzinger, a reform candidate who had the backing of U.S. Senator Charles Deneen. Both men tried to make crime the campaign's central issue, saying Thompson was the candidate for gangland Chicago. But Big Bill mocked the notion that Chicago should or could enforce the laws of prohibition. In addition to promising to keep Chicago soaking wet with booze, Thompson made ridiculous promises designed to appeal to voters' patriotism, saying he was the only candidate strong enough to stop King George of England from sticking his nose in American affairs, the only candidate who would fight the League of Nations and the World Court, the only candidate strong enough to preserve American independence. "America first and last and always," he shouted. "That's the issue of this campaign." The crowds went for it like free beer. Voters were fed up with the city's elite. Capone went to work on behalf of Thompson once again, collecting campaign contributions from the saloon keepers who bought his beer. The minimum contribution was $40. Those operating slot machines in their saloons were expected to kick in at least $250 each. Thompson won easily in the primary, setting up a showdown with Deaver in the general election. The Tribune was not impressed with Capone's candidate, editorializing, "Thompson is a buffoon in a tommyrot foundry, but when his crowd gets loose in the city hall, Chicago has more need of Marines than any Nicaraguan town. No one is obliged to guess as to Thompson or as to Deaver. The city has had experience with both and knows exactly what to expect. It is not exploring unknown territory. Both regions are mapped and signposted. The issue is between common sense and plain bunk. It is between decency and disreputability, between sensible people and political defectives, between honesty in administration and the percentage system. An association of Protestant ministers endorsed Deaver, calling Thompson the worst mayor ever to rule any city. Another preacher accused Thompson of throwing a stag party in which naked women performed lewd acts for members of the Good Roads Association. Jane Addams and Harold L. Ickes, a powerful lawyer and future U.S. Secretary of the Interior, were among the righteous souls who stood up for Deaver. So did the eminent political scientist Charles E. Merriam. George Brennan, a Democratic Party strategist, made the declaration that not all supporters of Thompson are hoodlums, but every hoodlum is supporting Thompson. The New York Times reported that Thompson's cynical campaign was designed to appeal to the illiterate portion of the electorate, including most of the Negro voters. None of it mattered. Thompson drew enormous crowds at his campaign events. The public mood seemed to be in his favor. "Think of Chicago's future," pleaded Deaver, sounding as desperate as a crazy man who can't make others see what he sees. "Think of the best interests of our city." "Hooray for Big Bill! Hooray for Bear!" shouted the crowd at one Thompson rally. Estimates varied on Capone's contribution to the campaign. Some pegged it at $100,000. Others went as high as $260,000. In the days before the election, bootleggers and their money were seen often at the stately Sherman Hotel, where Thompson made his headquarters. "I'm for Big Bill, hook, line, and sinker, and Bill's for me, hook, line, and sinker," said Jack Zuta, a gang leader and pimp who often clashed with Capone, but who had been cooperating since the truce took effect. Schemer Drucci also was reported to be playing an active role in the Thompson campaign. Still in mourning for his old pal Jaime Weiss, Drucci kept a framed picture of the recently departed gangster in his hotel room, along with a machine gun, a shotgun, a few pistols, and a bulletproof vest. On April 4th, the day before the election, some North Side gangsters, possibly including Drucci, raided the offices of Alderman Dorsey R. Crow, a Deaver supporter from the 42nd Ward. They knocked over file cabinets, kicked out a window, and scared the daylights out of Crow's secretary, but didn't hurt anybody or take anything. Later that day, police caught up to Drucci in front of the Bel Air Hotel at the corner of Pine Grove and Diversey. They put him in a police sedan and drove off toward the courthouse. Drucci didn't like the way the cops were treating him and let them know it. "You take your gun off, and I'll kick the hell out of you," he told one of the cops, a big guy named Dan Healy, with whom he had tangled before. A few months earlier, Healy had tried to kill Joe Saltis during a saloon raid. Only the intervention of another officer prevented it. Now, Drucci kept jawing at the big cop. Shoving started. Drucci managed to push Healy out of the car. When the driver stopped to retrieve the fallen officer, Healy drew his gun, shoved it through the car window, and started firing, hitting Drucci in the arm, leg, and stomach. Drucci died en route to the hospital. He was 26. Election day was quiet, to almost everyone's surprise. Some accounts said that Capone's men were on guard at polling stations across the city, making sure Thompson got all the votes he needed. But the daily newspapers made no mention of gang activity. The papers did report, however, that the police assigned 250 officers, including 35 machine gunners, to guard the polling places, and that Mayor Deaver's allies supplemented this force by sending out every available City Hall employee to monitor polling places for signs of cheating. Thompson defeated Deaver by a wide margin. Though Capone may have helped swing the election, he didn't vote. In all his years in Chicago, he never even registered. The re-election of Big Bill Thompson reminded the world again of Chicago's seemingly limitless tolerance for corruption. The humorist Will Rogers, in one of his regular syndicated newspaper columns, summed up the election this way: "They was trying to beat Bill with the better element vote. The trouble with Chicago is that there ain't much better element." The morning after his election, Big Bill was roaring, "Officially, we have arrived!" So had Capone. With an ally in control of City Hall again, with Drucci, Weiss, and O'Banion all dead, with prohibition enforcement all but abandoned, with the breweries and distilleries and transportation networks running smoothly, with the stock market soaring, and with no end in sight to the nation's giddy mood, Chicago's top gang boss was fully in command, his wealth and power still rising, his prospects seemingly limitless. At age 28, Capone was king. Part 2. King Capone. Chapter 15. There's worse fellows in the world than me. Al Capone called his organization the Outfit, small t, small o. He referred to it casually, and despite the organization's Byzantine structure and bountiful cash flow, he ran it fairly casually too. The word mafia never crossed his lips. The term usually applied to Sicilian criminal groups, and Capone was not a Sicilian. He was also non-discriminatory in his hiring practices. His closest aides were Jack Guzik, a Jew, Tony Lombardo, a Sicilian, and Frank Nitti, who came from Angri in Calabria, the same as Capone's parents and grandparents. Brother Ralph Capone supervised beer distribution, thus his nickname Bottles, assisted by Capone's cousin Charlie Fischetti and another Italian business associate named Lawrence Mangano. Pete Penovich, a native of Austria, ran much of the gambling business. A pair of Irishmen, George Red Barker and William Three-Fingered White, along with a Welshman named Murray the Camel Humphreys, took care of the labor unions and rackets. The outfit's principal gunman was Jack Machine Gun McGurn, a Sicilian whose real name was Vincenzo Antonio Gibaldi. The Capone empire reached every corner of the city, and yet, like Lake Michigan, it was nearly impossible from almost any single angle to comprehend its depth and breadth. With his wife and mother, Capone owned the house on South Prairie Avenue, but that was all the property he owned. He didn't want to be tied too closely to any of the illicit businesses he helped to supervise and supply. Members of his organization, on the other hand, had their own hotels, casinos, speakeasies, lower-class speakeasies known as blind pigs, cabarets, restaurants, breweries, bakeries, and brothels. Capone would get a slice of the profits from each of those operations, but, at least on paper, he had nothing to do with them. In effect, the outfit was a collection of synergistic partnerships. No board of directors called the shots, no committees set down rules and regulations. Rather, wrote Robert Hardy Andrews, a journalist who covered the city in the 1920s, it was a confederation of utterly conscienceless dictators bound together by two things: their total distrust of each other, which was totally justified, and their adaptation of Benjamin Franklin's maxim that hanging together is preferable to hanging separately. Always, just below, there were thrusters reaching up for more of the loot. Members of the Confederation shared their influence and expertise. They shared the risk, and, when arrested, they pooled their resources and hired the best lawyers. As a result, when Capone's men went to war with other gang members or got themselves in hot water with the cops, it was often a result of one partner's freelance business activities and not connected directly to Capone. That separation gave Capone a degree of plausible deniability when crimes occurred within his sphere of influence, as they so often did. Nevertheless, those small freelance operations became key parts of the Capone enterprise and excellent sources of revenue. Capone's associates bought their whiskey, beer, and wine from the outfit. They got their slot machines from the outfit. They bought their protection from the outfit. Of course, they paid a big chunk of their income to the outfit, too. Or else. The Hawthorne Smoke Shop in Cicero, for example, sold tobacco, but did a much bigger business in gambling. It closed, relocated, and reopened several times over the years, mostly because of raids, but the money flowed steadily when its doors were open. Frankie Pope, a West Sider sometimes known as the millionaire newsboy, ran the bookmaking there, while Pete Penovich ran the casino-style betting. Each man had a partnership interest in the operation. In 1924, the smoke shop's books showed net income of $300,000, or roughly $3.6 million by today's standards, according to the federal government. The next year was not as good. The books showed only $117,000 in income. But in 1926, the shop performed well, bringing in $170,000 in the first 4 months of the year, before a raid shut it down. How much income went unrecorded is anybody's guess. Then there was the Harlem Inn, a brothel or bawdy house, as they called it, in Stickney, where a dozen or so girls worked 7 nights a week. On a Good Friday or Saturday night, the prostitutes there brought in more than $1,200. The top earners, referred to as Edna and Ruth, according to house ledgers, earned more than $100 each on good nights. The girls kept half of what they made, the rest went to the house. Over the course of a year, the brothel probably took in more than $230,000, or about $2.7 million by today's count. Capone and his men operated sex parlors and gambling halls like these all over Chicago and the suburbs, but neither the feds nor anyone else ever accurately measured the size of the enterprise. Did Capone have 10 such operations? 100? 1,000? No one knew. At one time, the government estimated the outfit's income to be $50 million a year from bootlegging, $25 million a year from gambling, and close to $10 million each from prostitution and narcotics, for a total of about $95 million a year, or $1.2 billion in today's dollars. The federal government had every reason to exaggerate its estimate of Capone's economic power, and probably did. But even if it was accurate in pegging the figure at $95 million, there's no way to know how much of that money settled into Capone's wallet. For starters, the feds estimated that roughly $15 million a year went to paying off cops and politicians. In Cicero, for 1925 and 1926, the feds said Capone grabbed 52% of all gambling income, which he split evenly with his 3 principal partners, his brother Ralph, Jack Guzik, and Frank Nitti. After that, about 20% went to town officials, and the rest went to the local operators of brothels, saloons, and casinos. But no one ever knew about the disposition of Capone's income with any certainty, which was in part the genius of Capone's business. If he really was making as much money as the authorities said, he showed few signs of greed. He recognized that he had to spend money to make money, and he never tried to cut back on the lavish bribes to cops and public officials. He was unbothered when partners within the organization grew independently wealthy, and while he no doubt had access to large supplies of cash, there is no evidence that he ever took steps to amass personal wealth. He built no mansions in Chicago, opened no bank accounts on or offshore, or funneled large amounts of money to his mother, as far as anyone could tell. He treated himself to an armor-plated Cadillac town sedan, green and black, with reinforced bulletproof side panels and glass, a steel-hooded gas tank, and a gun box behind the back seat. The car supposedly weighed 7 tons and cost more than $20,000, or about 10 times the price of an ordinary Cadillac sedan. He gambled like an addict. He entertained well. He wore custom suits made by Chicago's finest tailors. He purchased expensive gifts, diamond-encrusted belt buckles for one, and handed out generous tips. Still, if Capone possessed the phenomenal wealth the government alleged, he could have lived much more opulently. In 1927, he still hadn't even paid off the $4,400 mortgage on the family's South Prairie Avenue home. This was not the behavior one would expect for one of the nation's richest, most famous, and most powerful men, and certainly not in the 1920s, when the stock market was minting fresh millionaires daily and everyone had a tip on a hot stock. Capone's conservative wealth management suggests that he was either devilishly smart and recognized that the accumulation of excessive wealth and property would one day land him in trouble with the government, or that his enterprise, like a junk with money, was so volatile and so precariously balanced that the best he could do was keep it on its feet and moving in the right direction. Either way, he was clearly a careful man. In the spring of 1927, thanks in large part to Big Bill Thompson's stunning re-election victory, the national press began to notice how much power Capone had accumulated. A year earlier, Chicago reporters were not consistently spelling his name correctly. Now, he was gaining national and international renown. He may have been gaining respect, too. When the transatlantic pilot Francesco de Pinedo flew to Chicago, the city of big shoulders, as part of his world tour, Capone was among the city dignitaries invited to greet him. And when Edward J. O'Hare, a St. Louis lawyer, went looking for a partner to open a dog racing track, he turned to Capone. In truth, O'Hare, who owned the patent on mechanical rabbits used at dog tracks, wasn't looking for an upstanding citizen to join his enterprise. Dog racing was gaining in popularity, thanks largely to the advent of O'Hare's electric bunny, which kept the greyhounds going fast in the right direction. Dog racing was much cheaper than horse racing. The dogs ate less and didn't require jockeys, and these races were much easier to rig. Hungry dogs almost always ran faster than full-bellied ones. O'Hare was big, tough, and loud-mouthed. He was quick with a joke and quick to pick up a bar tab. The gamblers loved him. He also was wickedly smart. With help from bootleggers, he built tracks all over the country. The booters, he figured out, could always be counted on to come up with cash. They had strong political connections and hearty appetites for gambling, too. Capone would eventually get more than he bargained for from his partnership with O'Hare, but in the short run, Capone loved owning a stake in a semi-legitimate business. Increasingly, the world wanted to know about Capone, and while Capone managed to be on guard in most other departments, he could never say no to requests for interviews, especially when approached by women. Generally, reporters and bootleggers came from the same neighborhoods, but the real reason Capone talked was that he enjoyed the gabbing and sensed that newspaper readers would have empathy for him. The common man knew that the whole world, or at least the whole city, was corrupt, and the common man wanted beer. Patricia Doherty, a reporter for the Herald and Examiner, landed one of the most extensive interviews, which she sold to the popular women's magazine Cosmopolitan. The story had no particular angle designed to appeal to women, although Capone was portrayed more humanely and more roundly than he was accustomed to. For many Americans, this was the first glimpse of Capone as a man, as opposed to the monster they'd been reading about in the headlines of their local newspapers. In the article, Capone admitted that the bootlegging business required a certain amount of violence, including an occasional murder, and confessed to bribing public officials. "I violate the prohibition law, sure," he said. "Who doesn't? The only difference is I take more chances than the man who drinks a cocktail before dinner and a flock of highballs after it." He went on to castigate others he deemed hypocrites. "There's only one thing worse than a crook, I think, and that is a crooked man in a big political job, a man who pretends he is enforcing the law and is really making dough out of breaking it. Even a self-respecting hoodlum hasn't any use for that kind of fella. He buys them like he'd buy any other article necessary to this trade. But he hates them in his heart. Capone continued on the sentimental streak. What does a man think about when he's killing another man in a gang war? Well, maybe he thinks that the law of self-defense, the way God looks at it, is a little broader than the law books have it. Maybe it means killing a man who'd kill you if he saw you first. Maybe it means killing a man in defense of your business, the way you make your money to take care of your wife and child. I think it does. You can't blame me for thinking there's worse fellows in the world than me. The writer went on to describe the state of calm Capone had brought upon Chicago, where beer trucks rumbled without fear of hijacking, and men such as Capone could travel with only a single bodyguard instead of a score. Scarface Al, she said, claimed credit for the happy state of affairs. He even restated his regret that Jaime Weiss had to die for peace to come to the city. That killing was unnecessary, Capone said. Now, though, he had at last found serenity. It was, he said, just like the old days. The North Siders stayed on the North Side, the Cicero men stayed in Cicero. And if we meet on the street, we say hello and shake hands. Better, ain't it? Though he admitted to surprise at the direction his life had taken, he gave no sign of regret, even when he admitted that May had had no idea what she had been getting herself into when she had agreed to marry. I was just a nice little boy that grew up with her in Brooklyn, he recalled. And she was a sweet little Irish kid who took me for better or for worse. What do I want my boy, Albert, to be when he grows up? Well, first of all, I want him to be a man, a brave man who can look anyone in the eye and stand his ground no matter what comes. I like a man with nerve, even if he's on the other end of a gunfight. I want him to have all the things I never had. I want him to go to college. I went to work when I was 13. I want him to know about nice things in the world. I don't want him to be a bootlegger or a reformer either. I'd rather like him to be a professional man, a doctor, a lawyer, or a professional man, anything that'd give him an easier time than his old man's had. What do I want him to think about me? I want him to know that I loved him enough to risk my life to work for him. I want him to remember that I had a different kind of life than I made for him, and I expect him to repay me by playing the game straight. And most of all, what I want for that boy is a wife like mine and boy like mine to make whatever game he picks out worth winning. And if he'd ever get to be a public official, I'd want him to be the squarest one that ever lived. As Prohibition matured, and as his wealth and might grew, Capone diversified the outfit's operations. Late in 1925, a dry cleaner named Morris Becker was approached by a racket called the Retail Cleaners and Dyers Association, which collected dues and assessments, helped set prices in the industry, and promised to protect its members from trouble. What sort of trouble might befall a mom-and-pop dry cleaner business? Those who declined to join the association found out fast. Windows were smashed, homemade bombs were tossed, lives were threatened. Nevertheless, Becker decided to take his chances. Southside shops that had joined the association were raising prices, charging $1.75 to clean men's suits and $2.25 to do women's dresses. Becker, who charged 50 cents less for each item, made up his mind to fly solo and hold his prices steady. That brought a visit from a representative of the association. "You are going to raise prices," he told Becker. "The Constitution," the merchant replied, "guarantees me the right to life, liberty, and full pursuit of happiness." "To hell with the Constitution," said the Union man. "I am a damned mite bigger than the Constitution." 3 days later, a bomb exploded in Becker's store. He filed a complaint with the police, which led to the indictment of 16 leaders of the Cleaners Association. But the men were never tried. A few years later, no longer relying on the Constitution, Becker consulted a higher power. He talked his way into Capone's office and asked for help. Capone saw a chance to get in on the rackets and, perhaps thanks to the size and profitability of his business, was able to offer Becker better terms than his blackmailers had offered. "I now have no need of the state's attorney, the police department, or the Employers Association," Becker boasted to the press upon securing Capone's help. "I have the best protection in the world." Capone did not invent the protection racket, or racketeering as it came to be known in the 1920s. The custom, nothing more than organized bullying, really, dated back ages. But now that Capone was the most powerful man in the city, he was uniquely positioned to serve and protect, and the rackets enhanced his image of importance. Before long, other dry cleaners were signing up with Capone for protection. When asked, he started telling people he was getting out of beer and going into dry cleaning. Becker was not the only one seeking Capone's help. When real estate men feared a strike among elevator operators, 25 of them paid $1,000 each for Capone's help in averting the action. A year or so later, according to one of Capone's men, Capone helped put down a strike by some of the city's newsboys and newspaper delivery truck drivers. Legend has it that Capone, as a reward for his efforts, got a meeting with the Trib's publisher, Colonel Robert R. McCormick, and used the occasion to request that the newspaper go easy on him. "You know, you are famous like Babe Ruth," McCormick supposedly said. "We can't help printing things about you, but I will see that the Tribune gives you a square deal." Whether McCormick made promises or not, one thing is clear. The Trib did in fact go easy on him in 1927. Babe Ruth, in the course of hitting 60 home runs and leading the Yankees to win the World Series, was mentioned in nearly 300 Trib stories, while Capone drew ink only 20 times. And not all the stories were negative. On August 29th, when police were called to the Hawthorne racetrack to put down a riot by angry bettors after race officials posted the wrong list of winning greyhounds, the Trib noted that Al Capone, who is said to be one of the owners of the Hawthorne track, and several of his followers aided the police in quelling the disturbance. They didn't even call him Scarface. Capone's other racket was jazz. He didn't make money directly on the music business, but jazz, often referred to at the time as Negro music, gave the 1920s its sound, and there were bands in almost every one of the city's best speakeasies. The music could be raw or romantic, sexy or sweet, heraldic or hedonistic, and much of it was made up on the spot. Perfect for the bacchanalian 1920s, which F. Scott Fitzgerald labeled the Jazz Age. The nation hadn't lost its taste for harmless ditties, such as Blue Skies and Ain't She Sweet, but audiences also hankered for more daring rhythms and timbres. They wanted to hear Jelly Roll Morton's Red Hot Peppers playing Black Bottom Stomp, and Bessie Smith singing Downhearted Blues. Chicago's booming entertainment market encouraged competition among artists and pushed them to innovate, and the innovations, fueled with booze and drugs, produced mind-blowing, pulse-producing sounds. "Jazz has come to stay," said the conductor Leopold Stokowski, "because it is an expression of the times, of the breathless, energetic, superactive times in which we are living." In May 1927, Louis Armstrong and his band went into a studio and recorded 12 tracks that would forever change American music. One of them, Potato Head Blues, became an instant hit, thanks in part to the black Pullman porters who bought stacks of the record in Chicago and delivered them to friends and relatives across the country. This was a radical, electric, sexually and racially charged music. It was a joyous escape from custom, from authority, from boredom, from hardship, from pain, and it could not have flowered, could not have reached such a wide and well-integrated audience had it not grown up from the fertile soil of the speakeasy. Joe Oliver, Bessie Smith, Johnny Dodds, and Jimmy Noon were regulars at Southside clubs such as the Dreamland Cafe, the Deluxe, the Sunset, and the Plantation, the last of which was reputedly owned by Capone. Up-and-comers such as Milton Mesro and Eddie Condon earned their chops at South suburban clubs such as the Arrowhead and the Martinique, where Capone may have supplied the booze or held an ownership stake. Mesro liked to say that he received his jazz education at Capone's University at Bucket Arts, Mesro's name for the Arrowhead. When the band wasn't playing, Mesro and his boys were put to work pouring a concoction of ginger ale and alcohol into barrels of Capone's near beer in an attempt to duplicate the real thing. Al always showed up surrounded by a gang of triggermen. They sat in the corner, very gay and noisy, but gunning the whole situation out of the corner of their eyes. Al's big round face had a broad grin plastered on it, and he was always good-natured. Once, though, when Capone ordered Mesro to fire a singer named Lillian, who had been getting flirty with one of Capone's brothers, Mez challenged him. The saxophonist was one of the jazz world's greatest pot smokers and distributors, so great that musicians for decades would refer to the highest grade weed as Mez. Maybe the fact that he was high explained his boldness. "I won't fire her," Mez said, according to his memoirs. "She can't sing anyway," answered Capone. "Can't sing?" Mesro complained. "Why, you couldn't even tell good whiskey if you smelled it, and that's your racket. So how do you figure to tell me about music?" Capone laughed and let it go. Almost every musician and comedian who performed in Chicago in the 1920s had a story about Capone. Some of them may have even been true. Fats Waller, composer of the hit songs Ain't Misbehavin' and Keepin' Out of Mischief Now, claimed he was kidnapped and made to play for Capone's birthday party one year. Milton Berle claimed he was strong-armed by Capone's men into performing for Big Bill Thompson at the Cotton Club in Cicero. When Capone offered the comedian a wad of 20s for his trouble, Berle supposedly refused, saying, "I don't need this," to which Capone replied, "I don't need it either." George Jessel, who turned down the chance to star in The Jazz Singer, the most celebrated movie of 1927, claimed that Capone once took him out to the Midnight Frolic, a nightclub owned and operated by Ike Bloom, one of the founders of Chicago's bawdy levee district. "Call me Snorky," the gangster told Jessel by way of introduction, and continued, "Anything happens to you or any of your friends, let me know." In one of the few verifiable stories, the comedian Joe E. Lewis got in trouble with the Capone gang when he decided to abandon his gig at the Green Mill, a North Side club where he was making $600 a week, for a better deal at the Rendezvous Cafe at the corner of Clark and Diversey. Jack McGurn of Machine Gun fame, and rumored to be one of the Green Mill's owners, warned Lewis not to go. Lewis didn't listen, and one day there came a knock at the door of his hotel room. He opened the door, and 3 men rushed in. Lewis was beaten, stabbed, and left for dead. But when police picked up McGurn, Lewis wised up and said he couldn't identify the men who attacked him and couldn't think of why anyone would want to hurt him. By all accounts, Capone was a lover of the arts and a benefactor of musicians. He especially loved the opera, which he usually attended with bodyguards seated all around him. In fact, he was seen in the company of his bodyguards much more often than with his wife. May was almost never photographed or even mentioned in the papers during Capone's reign over the city. None of the celebrities who bragged about their encounters with Capone ever mentioned meeting his wife. May's acute shyness kept her home, away from glittering public nightlife. she became more involved in the church and less involved in her husband's life. To some in the Capone family, it seemed as if May had cocooned herself, emerging only to engage with her son or her family back in Brooklyn. Nevertheless, Capone kept a busy social calendar, often in the company of paramours, and enjoyed the access to great music and theater that his wealth and fame enabled. Later in life, when he had more time on his hands, he would teach himself to read and transpose music and to play the mandola, a larger version of the mandolin. "There isn't a song written I can't play," he would boast in a letter to his son. It was summer 1927. Charles Lindbergh was taking victory laps around the country after his solo flight across the Atlantic. The whole city seemed to stand still and gaze skyward as he buzzed Chicago on a cloudy afternoon. That same day, August 13th, Captain John Steig resigned from his job with the Chicago Police Department when it was revealed that his real name was John Stedge and that he had been convicted of murder at age 15. Elsewhere, Mae West was found guilty of obscenity in New York. The famous anarchists Sacco and Vanzetti were executed in Massachusetts. President Coolidge shocked the nation with a terse announcement that he would not run for another term in office. The South was reeling from the great Mississippi flood, which killed more than 200 and displaced at least 700,000. But the Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, was doing heroic work in organizing relief to what was described as the greatest natural disaster in the nation's history. "Yes, sir," said a farmer from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, where flood victims gathered to present Hoover with a loving cup. "They think a lot of Hoover down here, both white and colored. I read the other day where a fellow said Benjamin Franklin was the first civilized American and the most useful man of his day. We think Hoover is the most useful American of his day. Why, he'd make a fine president." Earlier in the year, Mayor Thompson had named Mike Go-Get-'em Hughes his new chief of police. This was the same Mike Hughes, former head of the state's highway police, who had boasted of running Capone out of Cicero. Showing no obvious signs of corruption, Hughes began putting his stamp on the department by taking cops out from behind desks and putting them on the street. He said he would need another 3,000 officers to give the city's gangsters a fair fight. At the same time, he announced that he intended to put science to use in the pursuit of prominent criminals. A great debate raged at the time as to true causes of crime. A growing number of scientists believed that criminal behavior might be explained and perhaps even eradicated through psychoanalysis. Endocrinology, or the study of the secretions of the endocrine glands, was said to be the key. Once researchers fully grasped the effects of hormones, they hoped they might be able to adjust the secretions in the mentally ill and the criminally inclined. Hughes suggested that the gangsters get psychopathic examinations, and that those who failed be assigned to the state hospital in Chester, more affectionately known as the loony bin. The first man tested was Capone's top bodyguard and assassin, McGurn. On August 17th, he took a seat in a city hall office that had been converted to a laboratory. He drew triangles within circles. Asked what the word bear, B-E-A-R, called to mind, he answered, "Bathing beauty," perhaps thinking the word had been B-A-R-E. He looked at pictures of men without heads and cars without wheels and correctly identified their flaws. While he was taking the B'nai Simon intelligence exam, or IQ test, the secretary administering the test left the room momentarily. McKern got up and tried to crib the answers from the papers on her desk. Caught in the act, he said he had only been looking for his handkerchief. "I may have been all right when I went in there," he told a reporter upon completion of the exam, "but I'm sure nutty now." One day that summer in Chicago, when about 400 agents and prospective agents were taking a civil service exam at Lane Technical High School, the men administering the exam noticed an unusually large number of snazzily dressed test-takers. Would-be civil servants, as a rule, did not come so well attired. When exams were handed out, the well-dressed men didn't touch their pencils. It turned out that scores of bootleggers had applied to take the test just so they could get into the auditorium to get a good look at the faces of the agents who would soon be coming after them. In the early days of Prohibition, bootleggers would not have cared enough about the Prohibition agents to stake out one of their exams. But that summer the agents had been making more busts than usual. On August 5th, they burst into an old livery stable at 217 East 30th Street, where they found 8 1,500-gallon vats, 5 1,500-gallon storage tanks, and a double-armed racker that enabled handlers to fill 2 barrels at a time from one vat. 47 barrels of beer were already on a truck, and 8 barrels more were about to be loaded when the raiders arrived, led by Patrick Roche and Clarence Converse of the Internal Revenue Bureau. A couple of men escaped by climbing down a rope that hung from a second-floor window. One of the men who didn't escape begged the federal agents to let him go. "Give me a break," he pleaded. "Let me call Al. Wait a few minutes, and everything will be squared." Before the bust, Roche and Converse had observed 2 police cars and 2 motorcycle cops patrolling the area, clearly in the employ of the bootleggers, making sure no rivals attempted to hijack the shipment. The revenue men said they knew the cops' names and would soon issue warrants for their arrest. They said they hoped to find proof that Capone controlled the operation, but charges against the big fellow never came. Even so, Capone seemed to be feeling the effects of the raids. At about this time, he called one of his competitors, Roger Toohey, saying he was low on beer and wanted to buy some. Toohey, working out of Des Plaines, 15 miles north of Chicago, ran one of the area's most efficient operations and produced some of its best-tasting beer. He considered himself a cut above the city's other booters, including Capone. "Capone wasn't my kind of person," he wrote in his autobiography. "People around him, or against him, were all the time getting murdered." Given their long-running rivalry, Toohey might have been trying to make Capone look bad. In his story, he made Chicago's most legendary gangster sound like a petty chiseler. Capone wanted beer, and Toohey had surplus at the time, according to his story, so he agreed to make a deal. Toohey told Capone he would sell 500 barrels at $37.50 per. A few days after taking delivery, Capone called and asked for another 300 barrels. When it came time to settle his bill, he complained that 50 barrels had been leakers, so he would pay for only 750. Toohey, who had his barrels custom-built and air-tested for leaks, knew he was being chiseled. "You owe me for 800, he told Capone. "Well," Capone waffled, "the boys told me there were 50 leakers. I'll check on it." The next day, Capone paid $30,000 cash for all 800 barrels. When Capone called the following week to see about acquiring another 500 barrels, Toohey said his regular customers had already taken his full supply. "That wasn't exactly true," recalled Toohey, "but what was the use of needling him by saying I didn't do business with weasels?" Summer went on. The beer flowed, the cops looked away, the mayor snickered. The courts remained clogged. The gangland truce held, give or take a couple dozen shootings, and a young Prohibition officer named Eliot Ness made his first meaningful bust, nailing a small-town mayor as he delivered 2 barrels of beer to a roadhouse in suburban Lyons. But no one, including Capone, paid any attention. Neither did anyone make much fuss about this item in the May 17th edition of the Chicago Tribune. Washington, D.C. Bootleggers must file income tax returns, the Supreme Court of the United States held today. Chapter 16. Uneasy Lies the Head. Early in November 1927, The federal government dropped all the charges that had been filed a year earlier against Cicero's leading gangsters and politicians. The indictments had been too broad, the evidence too thin. 74 indictments vanished in the stroke of a pen when U.S. Attorney Johnson announced he couldn't make the charges stick. To celebrate, Capone went shopping. He decided to redecorate his hotel suite, ordering lampshades, bookends, a sofa, a table, a couple of walnut chairs, and 3 elephant figurines. Capone had a weakness for elephant figurines. He collected them in all shapes and sizes, mostly with upturned trunks, which were said to be symbols of good luck, like horseshoes. While he was ordering the items for his hotel suite, he also ordered some for the family home on South Prairie Avenue, a walnut dining room set, including a table, chairs, a china cabinet and buffet, a new mattress and bed spring, a couple of pillows, a lamp, Chinese rugs, and a few other odds and ends. He made the selections himself, seemingly without help from his wife, and once again he paid cash. The tab came to $2,000. He also dropped in at Marshall Field and Company, where he picked up 3 sets of silk underwear, $12 a set, 6 new suits, $135 each, 12 custom-made shirts, about $25 a shirt, 18 collars, $2 or $2.50 each, 24 monograms at $1 each, 28 ties, $4 or $5 each, and 28 handkerchiefs, $3 each. Altogether, in 1927, he purchased a total of 27 suits from Marshall Field. By now, his suite at the Metropole had grown to 8 rooms, occupying most of the 4th floor. He paid $1,200 to $1,500 a week, depending on the size of his bar and restaurant tab. In September, when all the world's attention had turned to Chicago for the heavyweight championship fight between Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey, Capone had rented the hotel's banquet room and tossed a 2-day party for friends, relatives, and some of the out-of-town celebrities and underworld figures who had come to town to see the fight. The charges for food and drink totaled $3,000. Capone was rumored to have bet $45,000 on Dempsey. As the boxer told it, Capone had offered to ensure a favorable outcome. When Dempsey refused, Capone supposedly sent him a floral arrangement with a note that read, "In the name of sportsmanship." About 125,000 fans jammed Soldier Field on Chicago's lakefront to watch the fight. Dempsey knocked Tunney to the canvas with a left hook to the chin in the 7th round, then stood over his opponent, glowering, as he always did, apparently forgetting about the new rule that required him to retreat to a neutral corner. Tunney spent at least 14 seconds on the mat and probably should have been counted out, but managed to rise before the referee could call it a knockout. Dempsey failed to move in for the kill. Tunney recomposed himself, danced away, hit Dempsey, danced, and kept on dancing and hitting and dancing until Dempsey looked old, soft, and thoroughly beaten. Tunney won by unanimous decision. Capone may have lost a bundle on Dempsey, but he had no trouble paying his hotel bills. He always settled his tab in cash, pulling a big wad from his pocket. Only rarely did the hotel's manager need to remind him to pay up. Meanwhile, over in Chicago's Little Italy, a long-running internecine battle was threatening to become a citywide problem, and the biggest challenge yet to the truce that Capone had forged among his gun-toting peers. It had started in May, when someone fired 200 rounds from a machine gun into the Aiello and Company bakery on West Division Street. In the back-and-forth that followed during the next few weeks, 16 men died. The man at the heart of the dispute was Joe Aiello, a big, tough, sad-eyed Sicilian immigrant. For years, Aiello and his brothers had been content to run their family bakery and to sell a little bit of pure alcohol on the side. For bakers and grocers, alcohol production was simple because they already possessed the necessary ingredients, namely, large amounts of sugar and yeast. But when Aiello had begun pushing to expand that part of his business, he ran into firm opposition from the Jenner brothers, also known as the terrible Jenners. The Jenners, once there were 6 of them, now, several gangland clashes later, there were 3, were early allies of Torrio and Capone. Dozens of Little Italy residents operated stills in their basements and garages, and much of the alcohol they produced went to the Jenner brothers. They sold it to the bootleggers, thus assuming most of the risk in exchange for the biggest chunk of the profit. With their ranks depleted, the Jenners had turned for help in running the business to a couple of murderous brutes, Albert Anselmi and John Scalise. It was said that Anselmi had a left eye that didn't properly align with the right, and that Scalise had a right eye made of glass. But between them, the story went, they could shoot straight. The Jenners also had the support of the Unione Siciliana, the fraternal organization that operated like a shadow government in Little Italy, getting out the vote, muscling favors from politicians, and settling disputes. They thought that was enough to ensure the smooth operation of their business, which is why they began spending more time out of the city and leaving Anselmi and Scalise in charge. But they underestimated the anger and resentment of Aiello. For years, Aiello had worked closely with the Unione, and he had hoped one day to run the organization. In many ways, the president of the Unione was the most powerful man in Chicago